Me. Hello? Hey, this is my second stream. Second stream. I pretty much mastered this whole thing. What videos? I have a few lined up of like ancient technology thingies and no. I'll figure it out. Ancient aliens? Dude. They're coming for us. They're already here. Man, I don't think I'll ever come up with a character name better than Brain Gobbler. Like, what's the point?
Scion of perfection. The crowning glory of our civilization, offering us hope, offering us light. But you gave us only murder and darkness.
Oh shit.
We reclassed embrace you as we cannot, for your very presence has become too painful to bear.
The planned ward character? And I did that. This is the planned actually good character. So to be fair, that character shaped up.
Like, he's just not sure how serious you can take him, and he's like, "Yeah, go on, guys."
I want to make actually good character.
Hey, cutie.
Omniscience amulet, any character, and then I just want to beat the Ubers. You know, I just want to beat the Uber bosses. Ward character is really strong, but like not quite Uber boss strong, and it might have been if I did poison, but then I would basically have to rework the whole character. So at that point, I'm like, I'm gonna do something else. Gotta beat the Ubies, you do. This is gonna be explosive concoction blaster. But the most important part is picking a name. And Brain Gobbler is already taken. So like there's nothing else. Tell chat about your dream? Why? What was the interesting part?
He's
oh,
showing
the Twitch chat
interest
part.
in my body.
Was the Dragon's Dogma 2 announcement reality or was I dreaming?
Oh, yeah, I gotta watch that video. I haven't actually seen it yet. I was like, yeah, I'll check it out next time I stream. I accidentally typed Dragon's Dogma 23, and instead of that, I got Dragon's Dogma Part 23 Let's Play. Am I going to be able to find the announcement, or is it people reacting to the announcement? Because, as always, that's all I'm seeing when I searched it. I think I got it. Brian Gobbler. What is something else you can gobble that is as fun as brains? Just from this point on, I become... all of my characters are gobblers. Fuck. Well... yep, didn't see this coming.
Today, he swapped stories with fellow cyber junkies in the forum.
Hi guys.
Uba. Ster. Because of Peach Cobbler? I don't like it. "10-minute history of the first game." Yeah, I see this announcement is like 12 minutes long. Well, we used to work on Dragon's Dogma. You guys don't even know what Dragon's Dogma is and why this is an important announcement. We need to like preamble you for 10 minutes about it. What is an Anthem tier name? It's not Uba Ster. I mean, it might be. Man, I can't even be the cubic man because I'm a woman. The cubic woman? Weird. Because I'm a man. The cubic sport? Cubic sport? What does that fucking mean? The Gobobler? Okay, I kind of like Gobobler. The Gobobler. And it kind of, I don't know, Gobobler, it gives me visions of goblins, gives me visions of, you know, goblins are always alchemists. I'm throwing explosive concoctions. I'm the Gobobler. I'm lobbing. I'm goblobbling. It kind of, you know, there's a world where, you know, it works. What? Okay, let's also get this Dragon's Dogma going. I'm gonna give me the whole 10 years. Give me the
皆さんこんにちは。
I can't
こ
read
の動画をご覧いただ
subtitles
き
while
あり
I'm
がとうござい
playing,
ます
dude.
カプコンドラゴンズドッ
Never mind.
Their masterworks all, you can't go wrong.
ジョナドドラゴンズ
Never mind.
を、うちの部署で作ってたのもありまして。
Where's the announcement? Where's the 2 minutes of announcement at the end? Dude, do they even show anything? Or just like a title?
からまあそういうのをちょっと合わせて
These are still showing Dragon's Dogma 1. It's just the title. Ooh! Ah! Alright, then never mind. Never mind Dragon's Dogma. I wanted to see why Not Just Bike says American cities are scams. You got me with the title. Why am I living in a scam? What's the alternative to this? Because, like, when you're getting scammed... Bold claim, sir.
Welcome to the third video in my Strong Towns series. If you have no idea what Strong Towns is about, you might want to watch the first two
No, I don't
videos,
want to
but
watch it!
It's not strictly necessary. American cities are famous for car-dependent sprawl. That's probably one of the first things most people associate with America after apple pie, baseball, and driving in soul-crushing traffic.
Literally none of those
But this
things are what I
wasn't always the
associate
case.
America with.
American cities don't have to be sprawling just because the country itself is big. And up until the Second World War, they weren't. They were just as compact as cities found almost anywhere else. But after the 1940s, America started on a totally different pattern of development and began their great suburban experiment. But herein lies the problem. Because this American pattern of development builds places that do not financially
Freedom
support
and guns
themselves.
and
the only
hamburgers
reason
and
they're still
barbecues
there is because
and
American
football. He
cities
said
are a
baseball
Ponzi
first.
scheme.
Football.
If you don't know what a Ponzi scheme is, there are many videos on YouTube, but the very quick explanation is as follows. A scammer offers an imaginary investment opportunity, offering a huge return on investment. Investor A comes along and invests. Now, the scammer doesn't actually have the money to pay investor A if he wants his money out, so he takes on another investor B. He uses the money from investor B to pay investor A, pocketing a little for himself, of course. But how does he pay investor B? Easy. He just brings on investors C, D, E, and so on. This works out great for our scammer, but the moment that growth stops, he has a very big problem. In the end, all Ponzi schemes fail. It's just a matter of when.
Wow,
One
that's
of
a little
the
bit
key insights of
defeatist.
Strong Towns is that the way that US and Canadian cities have been built since World War II follows exactly this model. American-style suburbia is dependent on growth to stay financially
Those are
solvent.
some American pants, I'll tell you
The moment
that.
these cities stop growing,
That's what I think
because
of.
a financial crisis, a radical change in the job market, or any one of a number of other factors, everything starts to fall apart. Strong Towns calls this the growth Ponzi scheme. Now, unlike financial fraud, the generation who started this process didn't do it intentionally. After World War II, America was a prosperous country, and with low-cost automobiles available, it seemed possible that every American could own their own house, on their own piece of land, and the American dream was born. This became so central to American psychology that the idea that suburban development provides prosperity is taken as fact by almost everyone in the country. And the same goes for Canada, too. Part of the problem is how suburban growth is financed. When the suburbs began, huge amounts of money from federal and state governments were given to cities to build out their suburbs. This still goes on today. For example, when a city wants to build a new road or freeway, usually less than a quarter of the funding comes from the city itself.
I forgot a
The
thing.
overwhelming majority comes from the Department of Transportation and other higher levels of government. So cities don't have to pay very much to build new infrastructure, but they do get a big influx of tax revenue from the new developments that spring up. This brings us to the first problem. It encourages cities to build lots of new developments, even if they don't make any financial sense. Of course, all this new cheap infrastructure comes with a very important catch. The city may get it built for cheap, but the city is ultimately responsible for paying to maintain that infrastructure.
I'm lost,
forever.
dude. I was like gearing.
On the
I don't. What?
surface, this is fine. Governments want to
America's
invest in
great
their
is what he's
cities because
saying?
They are the engines of economic
Ultimately,
growth. And for the city, this should be
because
fine
we all
too.
depend on each
They
other,
collect taxes from the new developments that spring up around that infrastructure,
and we
those
have a
taxes go
community.
towards future maintenance. The big problem begins if there isn't enough tax revenue collected to cover the replacement.
Okay, so
cost
just
of the
tax us more.
infrastructure. And that is exactly what has happened with car-dependent suburbia, because car-centric sprawl is horrendously expensive. To explain this problem further, I'll use
I
the
forgot one
example
more
of a
thing.
quote, ideal development that is often used as an example by Strong Towns. Imagine a new suburban housing development on the edge of town. In
No.
this case, the developer
No.
completely pays for the street and turns it over to the city for maintenance. The residents move in and start paying tax revenue. This couldn't get any better for the suburban municipality. Free development, free road, bunch of new tax revenue. This is awesome. Now, the municipality in this case would put a little bit of money aside for the maintenance of that road. So what would this look like in an American suburb? Well, at first, streets don't need a lot of maintenance. They may require some minor repairs such as filling cracks, but in general, new streets are pretty cheap. So the suburban city's cash flow looks something like this. Everything looks pretty great until the end of the street's life cycle.
Those are the numbers are going up.
All streets and roads need resurfacing.
It's too small. The numbers
So
are
suddenly, the graph goes like this. If the city were just this one street, it would already be bankrupt. But cities aren't just one street. They're made up of hundreds of streets and individual developments. So assuming a new development every other year, a real growing city's cash flow would look something like this, with new developments covering the cost of past developments. As you can see, growth covers the problem, and the city is financially solvent again. Yay, this is great! Let's build more! Lots of asphalt and free parking for everyone!
That's
When
actually
you
that
get a
was
couple
such a
of generations
sad
into a
panorama.
suburban
Oh my god.
experiment, the maintenance obligations of the past start to catch up with you. Suddenly, your suburb's finances start to look something like this. Because when you lose money on every development, you don't make it up in volume. Now, it's important to note that this is an ideal case, as this model assumes near constant growth. In reality, cities have phases of growth and phases of decline, and this situation is made even worse because these growing
phase up.
infrastructure liabilities tend to show up just as a period of growth is over. Many Americans like to brush this off by claiming that cities do actually collect enough tax revenue, but it's all lost to corruption or inefficiencies or unions or whatever. But the reality is that most American suburbs collect only a fraction of the tax revenue required to actually finance their sprawling infrastructure. Strong Towns has several case studies about this, such as this example of a suburban road that needed resurfacing. In order for the residents to cover just the cost of their
10-minute
own
Act
road,
10 coming in.
the city would need an immediate 46% increase in property tax. And there are so many other costs to a city beyond just roads, such as sewer and water systems, sidewalks, treatment systems, pumps, water towers, stormwater ponds, as well as all the operational costs of running a city, such as police or fire departments. You can't just brush this off by waving your hands in the air and saying,
efficiencies.
Worst case scenario, have no problem with parking taxes?
No, efficiency.
I'll link to this and other cases by Strong Towns in the description. And Canada is not much better. An analysis
don't talk shit
by
on
Halifax
Canada.
Regional Municipality found that the cost to maintain and service an urban home are well less than half that of a suburban home. But in most North American cities, the suburban home
thanks for the
pays
sub.
less
Thanks for the
property
laugh
tax.
track. Good timing.
This leads to an effective subsidy for car-dependent suburbia. Now, don't get me wrong, our cities need affordable housing. But the solution is not to subsidize the least efficient, least sustainable developments in the city. But that topic deserves a lot more explanation, so I'll talk about that in more detail in a future video.
What's the point
So
of
it's clear
wait,
that car-dependent
wait,
suburbs are
wait,
not financially sustainable.
Wait.
The
Okay,
amount
there's
of
only a
tax
little bit
revenue
left.
collected by the suburb does not cover the replacement cost of its infrastructure. And so suburban cities become addicted to growth, any kind of growth, even second-rate taco joints, just to bring in enough tax revenue to cover their maintenance obligations. But we've had several generations of this suburban garbage. Several life cycles of road, water, and sewer
We want to end that
replacements.
run in
But
style.
somehow,
That's exactly.
suburbia
He's
is
saying
still
this.
there.
$20,000.
He's saying we
So you
need
might be asking
$20,000.
yourself, how are car-dependent suburbs still around? Why is this still a thing? And what has kept it afloat all these years? Well, the answer is debt. Lots and lots and lots of debt. But I'll explore that in the next episode of this series on Strong Towns. I'd like to thank my supporters on Patreon.
Don't thank them. Okay, so I forgot what I was gonna say. Too long. Didn't read. Yet. Yeah, I'm telling you, just tax people more. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what I learned from Ted Cruz when all of Texas shut down because it snowed a little bit was that Texans would rather be independent than You know, like, we would be happy not having anything, any sort of infrastructure for months even, as long as it meant staying independent. And he said Texans are very happy with that. So I think, like, if they were to just to tell me we're going to tax you 30 times more, but it's so that Texas can win
Utilities are cringe.
the Civil War, then I'd be like, fucking let's go. Hold on, I got other videos lined up, but I want to get into the prison up here. I want to go to jail first. Need smoke mine, dude. Why he flew to Mexico? He was going to Mexico to make them pay for it, you fucking idiot.
From Oriath to Axiom, one prison to another.
How they did it? How they did it?
You probably can't remember every single fact.
Okay. Sometimes you can just load up a video and instantly know it's dog shit by how the person talks. And I'm sorry I judged you that quickly. But that just, like, it just had that, like, there's no substance to this video vibe.
You probably can't remember.
You started with Jack Black. Like, Jack Black and, like, you don't know anything. You're stupid. Okay.
The scientists and inventors who created the technologies of the ancient world are no longer alive. That means we can't ask them about their techniques or ideas. In a lot of cases, they didn't leave any written records behind because they didn't have a written language. All of this leaves us with a lot of mysteries when it comes to ancient technologies.
Yeah, good. No written word.
Mysteries
Good.
You'll hear about in this video.
Take care.
The invention of the cannon was a major military breakthrough. With a cannon, an army could break down the walls of a castle that once seemed impenetrable. Based on that, you'd probably assume that the cannon wasn't invented until the Middle Ages. But it was actually designed 2,300 years ago by Archimedes. While Leonardo da Vinci often gets credited with inventing a steam-powered cannon called an architonere during the late 15th century, the Italian Renaissance master was, by his own admission, working off an earlier blueprint created by Archimedes. In the absence of gunpowder, which hadn't yet been invented, Archimedes' cannon was a long bronze tube packed full of round stones.
Wait. Why was it showing someone's backyard in modern day? Archimedes invented this right next to his barbecue in the backyard.
Archimedes' cannon was used when his hometown of Syracuse was attacked by the Romans in the year 241 BCE, but then appeared to be forgotten by history until Da Vinci picked up where Archimedes left off more than 1,500 years later. If you were asked to design a church or a temple, your first thought probably wouldn't be to carve one directly into the ground and make it out of a single block of rock. The amount of labor required to perform such a task would be prohibitive in the extreme. Nevertheless, someone did precisely that in Lalibela, Ethiopia, a very long time ago.
I thought Archimedes was a pigeon.
Any other churches
Average Team Fortress 2 player
that look like these rock-hewn works of beauty. The most famous and impressive of them is the Church of St. George, which archaeologists believe was carved from the inside out and finished with a distinctive cross shape at the top. There are 11 rock-hewn churches in total in Lalibela, all of which are connected by secret tunnels and appear to have been built between the 12th and 13th centuries. Quite how people living hundreds of years ago managed to create structures like this, working in almost total darkness, is unknown. It stands to reason that they had some form of technology to help them, but we have no idea what.
Dude, do you know how many primitive technology channels there are of that?
Cisterns might sound
Where one guy will build that?
thing to get excited about. But then again, we suppose that depends on the cisterns.
Come!
In this case, we're talking about the ancient Roman cisterns at the world-famous archaeological site of Carthage in Tunisia.
He didn't say it, so I just
This
sound like I'm
network of
screaming come.
cisterns, all of which are more than 300 feet long and were once connected to the world's longest aqueduct, fed the entire city during its peak years,
Welcome.
It's amazing they're still standing at all. Over time,
Farewell.
they've been partially destroyed by invading barbarians, used as temporary barns, stables, and even houses during the Middle Ages, and been scavenged for stone to use as building materials.
Sorry, Brutus is louder than the
Despite
video.
all that,
There he
it's
goes.
impossible not to be impressed even today when you stand inside them and take in the sheer scale of the cisterns.
He's saying
Think
some
that people
fucking
living over
brave
2,000
shit, though.
years ago built these cisterns and had sufficient understanding of hydraulics to connect them to an even larger water network is mind-blowing. Fortunately, what's left of the structures is now afforded a degree of government protection to ensure that they don't suffer any more damage than they've already endured. Speaking of the ancient Romans and their mighty aqueducts and pipe systems, they're also often credited with the creation of the Patara pipes in Turkey. There's some debate over whether they truly deserve that.
Oh my
credit.
god, there's a smudge on my
It's
monitor,
true
and
to
as it was
say
zooming
that
in,
they
I thought it
run
was a
between
bug
former
crawling.
Roman settlements in the area, but there are some who believe that the Romans
Ignore me.
positioned their settlements close to the pipes,
Talking about poop holes?
rather than building the pipes after the establishment of the settlements. They don't look
Okay.
much like any other pipes known to have been built by the Romans, and nor is there any Roman record of their creation.
Can you just shut up and credit the
Were
Romans?
generally fond of trumpeting their own achievements, that absence of any supporting evidence might be telling. In 1993, an ancient Roman pillar was found in Patara, and upon that pillar was a series of inscriptions detailing Roman activities in the city. The inscriptions mention the creation of a road network and the founding of a few cities, but nothing about the pipes. This raises the possibility that the majestic Patara pipes are actually the work
Majestic.
of an older civilization, perhaps even
I
one
don't know about
we have
majestic.
no knowledge of. The small village of Lapakshi in India isn't exactly a world-famous tourist destination, but perhaps it should be. There's a whole world of ancient wonders to be found here, and the technology that went into creating them has never been adequately explained. The enormous human footprint at the start of Sita's trail is a wonder all of its own.
What?
It's 3 feet long, far bigger than
How is that a
any human
wonder?
footprint has any right to be, and its origins are unknown. Stranger
Dude,
still
bruh,
is the
bruh, it doesn't have to be a real foot. It didn't look like a real foot. You just, like, what?
hanging column. This ornately carved and decorated column doesn't touch the floor. Local tour guides often pass a newspaper beneath it to prove it isn't secured to the ground, and so it seems it really does float. During India's days of British colonialism, British engineers are said to have tried to move the column to find out what kept it in place, but they failed in their efforts. The laws of gravity simply don't seem to apply to it. Elsewhere, there are strange patterns of circles carved into stone.
Dude, I hate videos like this that make it seem like the ancient peoples were fucking magic. How did this big giant human foot get here? Maybe they were huge, but we don't know. There's not like, you know, the guy to come and explain, well, actually how this, how they made this and how it works. So you just get left with this, like, half of a story before they jump on to the next one. But here's the interesting part, and you're gonna wonder a little bit about this. And you, the explanation is as cool as the thing, but on to the next thing.
With smaller circles arranged around a larger one at the center. They're presumably intended to symbolize something, perhaps the sun, but nobody knows who made them, when, or
Eep.
how.
Oop, eep, oop.
Murdoch's gold disc, which can be found in the State Museum of Lower Saxony in Germany, is an archaeological artifact that spent a lot of its recent history being badly misunderstood. The flat, round disc was found in a field
You're
by a
flat,
farmer
round
in
disc.
East Friesland in 1910. The farmer thought it was pretty but worthless, and so he gave it to his young son as a toy. It wasn't until an antique dealer visited the house several years later that they realized their lucky discovery might be valuable. The antique dealer bought the disc and sold it on to a research team, who carried out extensive investigations. According to the experts, the artifact is around 3,500 years old. That makes it a product of the Bronze Age. It's no ordinary decorative disc either. It's an ancient astronomical calendar. The markings on the disc show the movements of planets through the sky, and what's really amazing is that there are 9 different planets recorded. History tells us that Uranus wasn't spotted until 1781, and Neptune wasn't found until 1843, with dwarf planet Pluto following in 1930. And yet, it seems
Why are you
that
showing
whoever
a...
made
You
this
say
disc
Pluto and then there's like
was
a
already
meteor heading to
well
Earth.
aware of them.
Like Pluto coming to kill us is what that was implying.
Myanmar's Thetan district defies physics. One look at it is enough to tell you that it ought to fall off the cliff it's delicately perched atop.
Ah,
But it
Jesus
never does.
Christ, that's loud.
For more than 2,500 years, this
Jesus fucking
gold-painted
Christ.
sculpture-topped boulder has teetered on the edge without bowing to the inevitable force of gravity, despite the fact that there's nothing holding it in place. It's not tied to anything, nor is it physically secured to the cliff beneath it. The stupa is a Buddhist icon and a popular pilgrimage site. Legend has it that the reason it never rolls over and falls is that it balances on one single strand of the Buddha's hair. Another local legend says that an ancient king used supernatural powers to pull the boulder out of the ocean, build a temple on top of it, and then had it coated in gold leaf. Someone obviously painted it and built the temple, but the story about it being magically dragged out of the ocean is a little far-fetched. The unlikely landmark is also the site of a once-a-year festival, which sees it surrounded by exactly 90,000 candles at the end of every March. Making highly unusual stupas must have been a recurring theme among Buddhists a very long time ago. Afghanistan is an Islamic country today, but it was Buddhist in its distant past. The Bamiyan Buddhas used to stand as testimony to this fact, but they were desecrated by fundamentalists in 2001. Now, the country's oldest surviving Buddhist monument is the stupa of Takht-i-Islam.
Your stupa! Stop fucking calling me that!
Tio stupa in Myanmar.
No!
In fact, it has more in common with the rock-hewn churches in Ethiopia that we looked at earlier on, as well as being carved.
This shit is
directly
retarded, make it
into
stop.
the
You're
cement
retarded.
rock,
You have a
just as
pause
the
button.
Rockefeller
You
churches
have
were.
everything that is
This
on the
stupa
internet
is surrounded by an
at your
enormous
fingertips.
trench that runs
You're retarded.
5 feet deep. Legend has it that the Harmika building at the top of the stupa once contained relics of the Buddha, which were guarded by the monks who lived in the tiny cells right at the bottom of the structure. Archaeologists believe that the stupa was created around 1,700 years ago. So light at the
Fucking got
bottom,
him.
where almost no light
Don't
could
use the word.
reach,
He used the
must have
word.
been
He used the word
extremely dark
first.
and gloomy.
He said it. He said it to me. He said my stream was retarded, and you're stupid for watching this. Make it stop. I don't know how to make it stop.
Not far from the city of Poon. This elaborate cave system, which is all caves, not far from the city of Poon.
Thanks.
This elaborate cave
Tell
system,
me this video's
which is
stupid
all
again.
part of the same Buddhist shrine and was carved directly into the rocks using unknown technology, is just over 2,000 years old. Carving into any form of rock with this level of precision and detail would be difficult, but the walls of this shrine are made of basalt. Shaping basalt using the hand tools and techniques of 2,000 years ago ought to have been impossible, and yet here, the temples are in defiance of the established historical narrative. It's no wonder that they're still held in such high regard. The shrine has never been abandoned, and is still attended by Buddhists for worship and special services even to this day. The only clue as to who might have built these structures is a single inscription that reads, "Gift of Pushanka,
Poon.
son of
Gift
Ananda Seti
of
from
Poon.
Nashik." Unfortunately, that doesn't really tell us anything. We might never get to the bottom
Wait, I
of
thought
how
that told
these
us
caves
literally
were
everything.
created, but we can still enjoy
There's a
them
gift from
as a
that guy.
thing of beauty.
Savagery thrives on
Even among all the skyscrapers in the modern Chinese city of Hangzhou, Baoqiu Pagoda attracts your attention when you cast your eyes across the skyline. It's an ancient mystery, sticking out from the landscape like a sore thumb. Archaeologists and historians believe it was built during the 10th century, but they have no way of knowing for sure. Until comparatively recently, it looked even more majestic than it does now. The tower used to be 150 feet tall, but a botched restoration project in 1933 saw it lose.
Magic shrunk it. We're not sure how or why, but we're pretty sure magic shrunk it.
Almost a third of its original height. Fortunately, there are a few photos of Baoqiu Pagoda that were taken before the restoration project. So from those, we can get an idea of how it used to look. You might be asking what makes this tower so unusual.
Magic.
The answer is that it doesn't have an internal staircase. If you want to get to the top of this tower, you have to climb its exterior, and there's no easy way to do it.
Elden Ring did it
the
first.
Lack of a staircase leaves us wondering how it was built, and more importantly, why it was built. No good answers to either of those questions exist.
It's part of the Ubisoft open world.
We've already covered the fact that India is covered in beautiful and mysterious temples. And we've also mentioned that not all of them get the attention and curiosity they deserve. You can add the Ratnagiri temple complex in Odisha to that list. There's no one standout piece of architecture here. Everything you look at within the complex is incredible, and the process that went into building it are almost unimaginable. Historians believe that the first of the temples, shrines, monasteries, and stupas that exist at Ratnagiri was built during the 6th century, and were then added to over a period of 1,000 years, with the most recent temple at the site built during the 1500s. It's not without good reason that the entire area has become known as the Hill of Jewels. Even though the site is enormous, Ratnagiri managed to remain undiscovered to Western explorers until 1905. Even after that, there wasn't a full archaeological excavation there until 1961. The truth is, we still don't know the full history of Ratnagiri, and there may still be hidden details that have escaped our attention. It's high time that modern archaeologists returned to the site and started a new research project.
What?
Were the ancient Romans capable of creating flexible glass thousands of years ago? That seems too absurd an idea to be true, but there are historical records that suggest they could. Both Pliny the Elder and Petronius, two of the most respected writers of the ancient world, claim that the Romans had a formula for making bendable, almost unbreakable glass. Records of the material from lesser-known writers also begin to appear in the time of Tiberius Caesar during the 1st century. It seems that it may have been the emperor himself who put a stop to the production of the product. He believed it would become more valuable than gold and could destabilize the entire Roman economy. So he decided to pass on the enormous technological opportunities it represented.
He killed them all.
If the Romans really could make flexible glass,
he killed all the glass.
Perhaps it had something to do with the steady supply of boric acid they could take from the steam vents of the Tuscan Maremma close to Rome. Adding boric acid to a regular glass mixture would make a type of glass that was extremely difficult to break. It still wouldn't have been flexible, but perhaps the Romans knew something that we don't. Subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, and enjoy.
I'm not impressed with the channel. I mean, there were some interesting things in there, but they're presented like... But also there's another one. And what's with the hand? What's with that hand? I gotta know. Make it stop. Dude, every time I've ever seen any streamer watch any videos, all of chat is always like, make it stop. And then Moon's like, because I only watch Moon, he's like, okay, then tell me what you want me to watch. And then if someone ever actually speaks up It's always like the most cringe shit I've ever seen. Here's like my favorite Pokemon X DBZ YouTube poop. Like, what? Here's the Fortnite. Here's this like funny Fortnite. Everyone that's not chatting.
If you were able
they're not
to
even
travel
watching.
back in time 2,000 years and meet one of your ancient ancestors,
My chat just
you'd be
loves
able to blow their
complaining.
mind with technology.
They think it's what I
Imagine
do.
someone living so long
And they want to be
ago
like
would
me when
think
they
of your
grow up.
mobile phone or your smartwatch. Don't let that thought make you feel superior, though, because they might be able to show you a mind-blowing thing or two in return. There's a great deal that we don't understand about the technology of our ancestors, as you're about to find out.
Ooh, I'm about to find out.
The Iron Pillar of Delhi was created more than 1,500 years ago. You'd never guess that by looking at it, though, because there isn't a trace of rust on it.
I love that
That
pole.
isn't because it's regularly cleaned and polished. It's because it's physically impossible for the pillar to rust. The iron column, which is sometimes called the Ashoki Pillar, stands 22 feet tall. Every inch of those 22 feet is coated in a rust-proof substance called misawite, which prevents the surface of the iron from being exposed to oxygen. Without that contact, rust can't occur. It's so difficult to imagine that the people who made the pillar all that time ago knew how to prevent rusting that most scientists think it was probably an accident. Their best guess is that the misawite formed under freakish, one-off...
I actually love how with like ancient technology and stuff, every single thing that's looked back on is like, we have no idea how these people did it because they were so fucking stupid. They didn't know how to do anything. Why did they build this stupid fucking thing? Yeah, they must have done it by mistake. Those idiots accidentally coded this entire fucking thing.
conditions as the hot iron mixed with lime, slag, and damp air while it cooled. Once it became apparent that their pillar was never going to rust, the ancient residents of Delhi looked upon it as a miracle. The idea that this was a happy accident is backed up by the fact that no other rust-proof Indian objects from this era have ever been found.
But what if that was the most important pillar? What if that pillar was so symbolic to like the king's dong and he didn't want it to ever show any sign that he wasn't ready to fucking go at a moment's notice?
We're staying in India for a moment because we have a very strange carving inside a temple to look at. This is Panchavarna
It wouldn't
Swami
be
Temple
special if they
in
did it to all the
Warayar,
pillars.
Tamil Nadu, and it's
Dude.
more than 2,000 years old. That means the carvings on its wall are also, presumably, more than 2,000 years old. And so we have a problem. Here, plain as day, we see a carving of a man riding a bicycle.
Uh-oh.
That shouldn't be possible because the bicycle wasn't invented
Because they were so fucking stupid.
until the 18th century.
They invented
Still,
bikes,
though,
but they
there
didn't know how to
doesn't seem
ride
be
them.
Anything else that this carving could represent. Whatever this person is sitting on has
What do you mean? It's a bike. Why can't you give them dude, it's a bike. Why can't you just say we didn't think it was possible, but then we found this sculpture of this dude riding a bike and we were like, "Holy shit." Turns out they knew how to make bikes. No, they were too fucking stupid to make the bikes, so this thing is very confounding.
wheels, spokes, a frame, and handlebars. The presence of the bicycle carving inside the temple remains an unexplained mystery. The only plausible explanation seems to be that the temple was renovated during the 1920s. This is around the same time that chain-driven bicycles entered mass production and became popular, so it's possible that an artist of the time thought it was a fine idea to deface an ancient temple by adding bicycle graffiti. That theory isn't proven, though, and anyone caught performing such an act of vandalism would likely have faced dire consequences.
That's kind of inspiring. I want to become the like Banksy of ancient carvings. I just want to travel to all these ancient sites across the world, the pyramids, the other one. I'm from America. I don't know the name. I just want to go there and like, I don't know, put people on like cell phones, like carve them, like really learn the style before I go, become extremely proficient, and then like have a dude reading a newspaper I don't know, just like weird shit. And then some scientist is gonna get flown in to be like, we carbon dated the carving and did like a whole bunch of forensics, and we found out that Ster did it. And then I'll be a legend.
During the peak years of the Roman Empire, the Romans mastered the art of making glass and concrete. In fact, the concrete they made is vastly superior to the concrete we use today. Portland cement, which is about the industry standard today, would only last for about a century in a marine environment, even if it were to be reinforced with rebar. Compare that to the ancient Roman arches, breakwaters, aqueducts, and other buildings.
But how did they do
which
that
have
while they
remained
were so
standing for
stupid?
2,000 years. Even in highly corrosive salt water, Roman concrete remains intact. That's all down to the way they made it. The Romans combined volcanic ash and lime to create mortar, then mixed it with volcanic rock as aggregate. You can find evidence of this in the construction of the Pantheon, and also Trajan's markets
Love
in
the
Rome.
Pantheon.
Using this
Huge
mixture
fan.
means that the Roman concrete that still exists today is full of tobermorite, zeolite, and philipsite. These minerals got there as seawater found its way into the concrete and reacted with the lime and volcanic ash, creating the interlocking minerals and filling void spaces. Exposure to seawater made the concrete stronger, not weaker. As for the reasons we don't use it today, nobody's ever been able to get the mixture quite right since the fall of the Roman Empire. The Inca created hundreds of incredible stone monuments in Peru, and nobody really knows how.
I find that
In
hard to
many
believe
places,
that's the reason why.
stones appear to have been sliced through like butter to achieve their current shapes.
I'm sure, 100% sure, without looking and fact checking, that is not why.
Ancient ancestors knew of a way to soften stone by mixing different plants together and applying the mixture to the surface of hard rock. That sounds ridiculous, but it's a suggestion that comes from the Incas' records. Some historians have speculated that the art of softening stone happened not only in Peru, but all over the world. Look at the famous handprints of White Mountain in Wyoming, USA. How were they created? Clearly, somebody carved them into the rock, but the carvings are smooth and look like they were left in wet cement. The existence of such a plant mixture would certainly explain how our ancestors were able to move, cut, and
Level 28,
shape
we go big.
enormous stones that weigh.
We go big with the +5 big armor. Shut up, video.
Hundreds of tons.
Shut up, guy trying to trade me that won't actually trade me.
Is what these plants could have been, and where to find them. If they ever existed
probably
at
do it now.
all, perhaps they were overused to such an extent that one or more of the species of plant
That's
involved
so
in the
sad.
mixture is now extinct. If you needed a high-quality sword during the Middle Ages, you'd insist that your sword maker fashioned your weapon out of Wootz steel,
No, I
also
wouldn't.
known as Damascus steel. It was known as the hardest steel in the world at the time, but its origins go back much earlier than the Middle Ages. It's another Indian invention, and it began there more than 1,000 years before anyone else discovered the recipe and the process for making it. Damascus steel is a type of crucible steel, by which we mean it's made by melting all the ingredients together in a crucible mold and then pouring it into a cast. It's possible that the word Wootz is a corruption of the South Indian word uku, which means steel.
They sound the same.
The first record of the word in the English language comes from the late 18th century. By then, the Indians had been making it for about 2,000 years. The quality of Indian steel is even referred to in the records of Alexander the Great. It's thought that the secret of how to make Damascus steel was protected, passed down from father to son, rather than being written anywhere. That allowed India to monopolize the production and export of the metal for hundreds of years. In April 2021,
I wish I was like a
Northern
historian
Peru
just so I could
struggled
watch
with the
this and like
consequences of a
correct everything
prolonged
being
drought.
said.
In an attempt to solve the problem, farmers turned to a gift left to them by their ancient ancestors. Unable to obtain sufficient water via conventional means, the farming community began restoring the network of pre-Columbian stone canals in the region, all of which are more than 1,000 years old. The locals refer to the canals as amulas.
It's starting to feel like what's that website? It has all the top 10s. These videos really would benefit from just being top 10s. Top 10 most crazy ancient technologies you had no idea that we don't use today because they were smarter, but how? They were so stupid.
Of the Huarochiri province around
Watch
1,400 years
Mojo.
ago.
That's it.
That dates them to a time not only before the arrival of Europeans, but also before the emergence of the Inca. The cleverly designed canals follow the slopes of the mountains.
Alira, you're my
and
queen.
direct
Yes, I love
runoff
you.
Rainwater to areas of permeable rock and soil, where it slowly filters through and fills aquifers before descending into springs weeks or even months later. This is how the indigenous people ensured they had a supply of water long after the rainy season ended. It's thought that restoring the full canal network will take until 2025 at the least, but they've already restored 17 out of the 67 kilometers of canals and created enough water to sustain over 80,000 people for 12 months. This is an ancient solution to a modern problem.
I should just be leveling with explosive
Peru
cock.
contains many fantastic examples of ancient technology. So let's stay there a little longer and talk about Puquios. It's thought that this hydraulic system was created by the Nazca culture, who were also responsible for the world-famous Nazca lines. From above, this site looks like a spiral carving and could be interpreted as a work of art, but it serves a far more practical purpose than that. The spirals are surface channels, leading to reservoirs and aqueducts beneath the ground. Thanks to the existence of Puquios, the people who lived here in ancient times had a supply of water they could rely on throughout the dry season. That was especially important in this part of the world because the dry season could sometimes last more than a full calendar year. Such is the sophistication of this water system that archaeologists initially assumed that it must have been created by the Spanish after their arrival in the region, rather than by the people who were here before them, who were assumed to be too primitive to have come up with them. That assumption was both arrogant and racist. The Spanish used this system, but they didn't create it.
Okay, dude.
The ancient Romans were very fond of wine and came up with some innovative designs for wine presses, but they were just as innovative when it came to designing olive oil
So matter
presses.
of fact.
Olive oil was extremely important to the Romans because they believed it had healing qualities. The personal physician of Emperor Julian once wrote that he used olive oil as a base to make ointments for the emperor, as well as coating plasters in it before applying them to wounds. Roman soldiers, who are known to have been extremely superstitious, often drank olive oil before important battles. The most advanced olive oil press they ever came up with as a civilization was the trapetum, and the best preserved trapetum ever discovered by archaeologists comes from the ruins of the city of Pompeii. The press works by pouring olives into the bowl and then crushing them between the two large concave stones attached to the beam. The beam is connected to an iron pivot, and the whole thing was usually secured to a post, which allowed stones to turn inside it. Archaeologists believe they were usually lined up in groups of 3 and produced near industrial quantities of the prized liquid on a daily basis. We know that
Bump
the
the
odometer is
music
an
by
ancient
500% for a
invention, but
second.
we don't know which ancient inventor to credit it with. Heron of Alexandria includes a design for an odometer in his manuscript Dioptra, and claims the invention as his own. But Vitruvius also produced an odometer design about 2,000 years ago, and might have based his work on a design created even longer ago than that by Archimedes. The first working model, though, was almost certainly based on the Vitruvian design. It's both incredibly simple and incredibly clever. The Vitruvian odometer is, in essence, a wheelbarrow with one large, hollow wheel full of pebbles. Each time the wheel turned, it dropped a pebble into the wheelbarrow. If you knew the circumference of the wheel, you could work out how far you'd traveled by multiplying the circumference by the number of pebbles in your wheelbarrow.
For a bit.
This basic method made it possible to calculate the exact distance between 2 points for the first time. This was hugely useful to the Roman military, but it was just as useful for map makers. The accuracy of maps improved enormously after the introduction of the odometer.
Blasting your ears,
In the
blasting,
video,
blasting.
We should all be very clear that our ancient ancestors were capable of more than we generally give them credit for. Surely, though, they couldn't have come up with a way of refrigerating food. Actually,
dude, that's racist! You know better than that, man! Come on, dude!
Did. You might think that it's impossible to create a refrigerator without electricity, but you'd be wrong.
Fuck
the Persians had refrigerator units 2,400 years ago, and they called them yakchals. There's a clue to their purpose in the name, which translates into English as ice pits, but it's a bad translation. Yakchals aren't pits. They're more like giant tents. The Persians built their yakchals 60 feet high and channeled water into them from nearby springs. The water was then cooled by using wind catchers, and a cooling system based on evaporation removed heat and moisture. To finish things off, the exterior of each yakchol was coated with thick layers of sand, clay, egg whites, and goat hair to reflect the heat of the sun and ensure the contents remained chilled. We imagine those outer surfaces gave off an incredible stink, but so long as they kept the food inside them fresh, they were doing their job.
They're just
We've
sellers.
looked at a few hydraulic systems in this
See
video,
if this video was
but not
right all the
one
time.
that's older than this next stunning example of ancient technology.
Wouldn't that be boring?
It was discovered in the lower Yangtze River area of China in December 2017, and archaeologists believe it to be one of the oldest water management projects in the world. Flooding was a constant risk to the people who lived here 5,000 years ago, and so they did something about it. Over the course of about 50 years, they dug out canals, piled the land to create dams, and introduced a gating system so they could control the flow of water. The system they created is spread across 10,000 hectares of land. 10 million cubic feet of earth were moved in the process. Experts estimate that creating just one of the larger dams would have taken a team of
cubic man, a guy named Hector,
years to accomplish. As huge as this water management system was, it ultimately failed. The ancient city of Liangshu was claimed by an enormous flood around 4,200 years ago, leaving the entire area buried beneath 2 feet of clay and forcing its abandonment. There were many ways of marking the passage of time between the invention of the sundial and the invention of the clock. For the ancient Egyptians, one of those methods was the merket. It looks like a simple device, but it isn't. A merket is made from a bar of wood or bone, covered in notches and carvings.
Wait, what?
The bars are attached to weighted plumb lines. There are 24 notches along the length of the bars.
Where'd my dash go?
That isn't one for each hour of the day, though. There's a specific notch for sunrise, another for sunset, 8 to track the movements of celestial bodies through the night sky, and the other for tracking the sun throughout the day. A merket is more useful than a sundial because a sundial struggles to track time after the sun goes down, even if the moon is bright. Some archaeologists think that
it's called a sundial
used to measure angles, which would have been useful when designing and constructing temples. The oldest merket we're aware of is on display to the public at the Science Museum of London in England and is about 2,600 years old.
Yeah, it's not a moon dial, exactly.
That's not to say that the first merket wasn't made long before then.
That was a butt plug. Dude.
Subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, and enjoy watching new videos on my channel.
No.
Thanks for watching, and see you soon.
No, you won't.
Was it equally as stupid as the question?
Please make sure that assumption was arrogant and racist line of sub-sound. His tone is perfect.
I kind of want to. I was thinking that when I heard it. I'll have to remember and come back. Videos are relaxing. That's all I had. I think that's all I had. So there's this guy. He's freaking out. I don't know. There's the ancient machinery in Antarctica. They're hidden all over the world, but I thought it was Antarctica. Sub-sound with the word racist in it. Man, society. I don't know. Any suggestos? Wow, these videos are so cringe. I have a way better Pokemon AMV that you should check out. Type beat. Oh, I'm in the middle of a boss fight. It's this one. It was on my screen.
In 1966, a powerful eruption took place near the city of Damask in the Ukraine.
I don't like this guy's mic.
It was estimated that 33,000 cubic meters of molten lava swallowed an entire village, along with its unsuspecting inhabitants, Bulgarian researcher the New Earth Lady states. However, the disastrous eruption was not from a naturally formed...
You're not relaxing me.
It was the...
You're not relaxing me. You're hurting me. Dude, I open your video, you instantly shit on me.
Progressing faster than ever. Technology is progressing faster than ever, with groundbreaking new ideas being explored every day.
Every day. Watch out, the technology's coming for you.
Emerging technologies. Number 15, spin launch.
Yeah, now we've unleashed the power of a top 10 list.
There's been a lot of focus in recent years on private space companies and their quest to develop vehicles that can take paying customers into orbit. But the reality is that, especially with the pollution that traditional spaceflight creates, these advances won't make a difference to people other than billionaires for quite some time.
What?
There is, however, a lesser-known company that's making huge strides at making space technologies far cheaper, greener,
He's
and
invested
easier
in
to
this company.
access. It's just that their focus is on satellites and not on human travel. Known as spin launch, the concept is actually rather simple, although it is, of course, extremely complicated to put into practice.
What is this noise?
Founded in 2014 and
what is this background music that is just like completely mistimed, like drums and snares?
Funded by large companies.
It sounds like
such as
two songs
Airbus
are playing.
and
I thought it was me.
They are building a kinetic energy launch system to insert satellites into orbit instead of relying on chemical rockets. To do this, they have designed a vacuum-sealed centrifuge that will spin objects around before releasing them into
I think I'm
space
dying.
at speeds of up to 5,000 miles per hour. Once they reach a suborbital height, a traditional rocket booster can take over. This concept significantly reduces the amount of fuel that needs to be burned, and to make it even better, all of the energy used to power the centrifuge is derived from green sources, such as solar and wind. The company has even proved that most traditional satellite industry is
It has to
continually
change.
looking. Graphite is a three-dimensional structure, but the exciting thing about graphene is that it's two-dimensional. What this means is that the carbon is arranged perfectly in a hexagonal honeycomb formation that's only 0.3 nanometers thick, and there's just 0.1 nanometers between each of the atoms. In
Yeah,
practice,
Moira
this new
invented that,
arrangement
right?
offers huge benefits that are only just starting to be fully understood. Graphene can conduct electricity far more efficiently than copper, for example. It's also 200 times stronger than steel, but 6 times lighter. It's almost completely transparent because it only absorbs 2% of light, and it's impermeable to gases, even the lightest ones. And it can also have chemical components added to the surface to alter its properties. Researchers see graphene more as a platform that developers will be able to arrange in a way that plays to their needs. It could, for example, revolutionize touchscreen technologies, be incorporated to make lighter composite materials, and has a number of uses in electronics too. The possibilities are truly endless, and it's expected to be possible to produce it in commercial quantities within the next decade. Number 13, GPS-3.
Oh shit, I didn't even know we were on GPS-2.
And completed in 1993. The American GPS satellite network was the first global navigation system and revolutionized the way that everyone determines where they are on Earth. At first, the benefits were envisaged for militaries, but the technology has now had an impact on all of our lives, from the way certain electronics works to sat-nav systems and location-based tracking. The problem with GPS, though, is that the original 24 satellites, along with further ones that were subsequently added, don't provide a perfect resolution and are only accurate to within a few feet. They also don't provide full coverage around the world, as anyone who has tried to use location tracking in mountainous areas or dense urban environments will know, and the signals are actually relatively simple to block, which is a constant threat for military use. There is therefore huge demand for improving the system, and the technology has already been developed to do this.
The song choices, now there's like, as soon as I mention it to anyone who didn't hear is gonna be like, yeah, it kind of is like tapping in my ear like a weird ASMR, like he's trying to murder me with this new brain technology with killing people by music.
Known as GPS-3 and built by Lockheed Martin, the satellites are already being launched and are expected to have fully upgraded the network.
Well, true. I am dying right now.
When the project is complete, the signals will be far more precise than now and 8 times stronger, so they can't be blocked, resulting in improved safety, signal integrity, and far greater accuracy. Number 12, floating farms. As the world's population continues to grow, one of the biggest problems we face right now is how to produce enough food to satisfy everyone's needs.
Future technology, a floating farm. You get what? A boat? Like a raft?
Amazingly, an estimated 30% of the global land surface is dedicated to agriculture, and 1/3 of that is used for crops, and the remaining 2/3 is used for grazing livestock. And this not only restricts the potential areas for inhabitation, but also encourages large-scale deforestation and habitat change to create more farmland. Some companies are looking for alternatives to this, and while you may have heard of vertical farms that look to improve the yield for the same size plot of land, others are looking at far more radical solutions. One is the idea of floating farms, which can involve building huge complexes that sit on the surface of the ocean, can be moved to where they're needed, and crucially are temporary. They make use of areas that wouldn't be used for anything else and turn it into a profitable commodity. Incredibly, one of these has
did I not grab the keys?
For several years in the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, where a company called Belladon has built a floating platform designed to farm 40 Muse-Rhine Issel cows that are all milked by robots.
Oof.
By producing the product as close to the end consumers as possible, they're reducing transport costs too. And they also plan to be able to install floating farms in regions that have suffered from disasters to get food production up and running far quicker than would otherwise be possible. Number 11, edge computing.
Oh.
The way we use computers has changed significantly in the past few decades, and so has the way technology is designed to give us the best service. At first, everything was done on a singular device in our homes, and now we mainly use cloud computing, whereby most activities from our emails to documents and virtually everything else is held online, and our devices are essentially windows that grant us access to this. The problem with cloud computing, however, is that most companies rely on the infrastructure of just a few cloud providers: Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and IBM, with Amazon alone accounting for 47% of the market. Quite simply, everything that can be moved onto the cloud has pretty much been done so already, and there's very little room to grow in that space. So others have been looking at the so-called edge of the cloud. What this really means is that they're exploring ways to bring the processing and storage of the cloud geographically
this whole explanation
to where the user is in order to improve the experience. Rather than
it's honestly like he's explaining NFTs to me right now. No, you don't know. You don't even know. It's about the edge of the cloud now. We've used the whole cloud, but now we gotta move to the edges.
just relying on a few data centers, it will see more work done locally. And the idea is that this will significantly reduce latency, will also improve privacy and security, and will help reduce the bandwidth being used so the infrastructure doesn't buckle under the pressure of increased usage. In many ways, it may seem as if it's going back on the idea of cloud computing.
Internet 2?
It's really harnessing it to fuller effect. If fingerprint or facial authorization is dealt with directly by your smartphone, rather than waiting for a server to reply, you'll be able to access your online content much easier. Similarly, self-driving cars are currently the best example of edge computing. Rather than waiting for a server's response, it can function independently, but at the same time needs to be centrally controlled.
How is that different than just having a computer that doesn't, like, oh, it doesn't need to contact... Why would it need to contact the server? What am I not understanding here? I'm the dumb one, chat. What am I missing? Like, we've gone too far and they realize, like, wait, you definitely have to always be online to play SimCity, right? But what if we invented this edge cloud thing to edge our users into fucking... like, yeah, like, it is what if a computer... I'm missing something.
So it's automatically updated, and so the algorithms can be improved.
Oh, the algorithms.
Number 10, self-healing concrete. Concrete is one of the most important construction materials that's used around the world, and is second to water.
Can concrete be wounded?
Consumed material. Amazingly, twice as much concrete is used in construction than everything else combined. This works out to be the equivalent of more than 3 tons per person in the world each year. The problem is that even though it's a tough and durable material, it's susceptible to wear and tear and can develop cracks and holes that affect its stability. In the long term, this means that it either needs to be maintained or replaced to avoid disaster, which can be a costly endeavor. But researchers have come up with a new solution: self-healing concrete. By adding bacterial spores to the concrete mix, along with a food source like yeast extract, an amazing thing happens. When the concrete cracks, the bacteria are exposed to oxygen and water and begin to consume the food and multiply, and then produce calcium carbonate or limestone as a byproduct. This in turn seals the crack again, and if done right, means that you won't even be able to see where the crack had formed in the first place. For small openings,
yeah, this is what the Romans did. This is why their concrete was so much better. We can't compete with their concrete nowadays.
Soon it's expected that virtually all concrete will incorporate technology like this, and the days of potentially dangerous faults will be over. Number 9.
Impressive technology the Romans did 40,000 years ago, dude. Really cool.
Fuel cells. The automotive industry is going through its biggest change in living memory, with virtually every manufacturer trying to develop their own technologies to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels. And while electric and battery concepts seem to be the way forwards, they certainly aren't a magic bullet. There's concerns surrounding the provision of green electricity to all that need it, and the fact that our electrical grids simply aren't designed to handle the loads that will be required. Even if this was sorted, there's also the fact that batteries are relatively very heavy for the amount of charge that they can hold. And while they may be suitable for cars, they're not yet at a place where they're viable for larger trucks, ships, or planes. That's why another solution is needed, and the most likely candidate is hydrogen fuel. Hydrogen itself can be produced by a range of methods, such as natural gas, nuclear power,
How's
biomass,
PoE? That's my favorite game.
Renewable energies. And
has been for
used,
years.
The only byproduct is water. In the UK, a concept train has already been fitted with hydrogen cells, and it's undergoing tests. While aircraft manufacturers such as Airbus see
I guess
this
not
as a
for
far
years,
more
on and
viable
off.
target in the near future than full electrification, and car companies too are looking at how it can be used. The technology is approaching a stage where it's possible across a range of applications, and it's only a matter of time until it's commonplace.
He said,
Number 8,
okay,
satellite constellations.
I gotta add my commentary.
Satellites into orbit reduces, and with the improvement in component design and the potential uses of space technology, a number of big tech companies are now exploring the feasibility of creating their own satellite constellations. The idea of a network
I don't know how many hours. I don't play on Steam.
Isn't exactly new. After all, there are already 6 different navigational satellite constellations like GPS.
Doesn't keep
a
track.
number of one-way and two-way communication satellite constellations. but these have traditionally only used a few dozen nodes to operate. Recently, SpaceX has been creating a constellation of its own called Starlink, which will, when it's completed, provide internet access across most of the planet.
Wait, isn't Starlink, don't they just make modems? Aren't they like a company? Or is that something else? You play on? PoE has a standalone client that doesn't have to be connected to Steam, and it's a little bit more gooder.
Amazingly, this involves positioning as many as 12,000 in orbit to give optimal coverage. And while the company may be paving the way, it's not the only organization looking at doing this. Boeing, OneWeb, and Amazon are also looking to develop their own constellations to provide internet access, and this is just scratching the surface of what they can be used for. If you look up when it's dark, you might just be able to see some of these satellites already, and if progress continues at the current rate...
Honestly, dude, I'm sick of like every announcement being about space. They're all in space.
The night sky may soon be full of them. Number 7, GPT-3. Tech companies around the world are in a race to develop the first full artificial intelligence, but there are steps along the way that arguably are going to be far more impactful on the technology around us. And
I mean, do you honestly care if your fucking sex doll has AI? Or would you want it like pre-programmed to know exactly what it's doing? It learns and adapts to your particular folds.
How we live our lives. One of these concepts is the idea of deep learning, whereby computer algorithms can analyze past behavior and automatically find solutions to improve performance. One of the most interesting forms of this is called GPT-3. Developed by OpenAI, it's the third generation of a language prediction
fucking
model.
thing.
And the idea is that based on learning by itself, it's able to write text in the same way as a human does. It's one of the most difficult types of human imitation, and this latest attempt is almost unbelievable. Based on initial studies, it's virtually impossible to differentiate between something written by GPT-3 or by an actual person. And companies like Microsoft have already begun to incorporate it into their products. Described recently as being one of the most interesting and important AI systems ever produced, GPT-3 will further blur the lines of reality, and you may well find yourself reading news articles or even novels that haven't had any human involvement whatsoever.
Or YouTube comments.
Number 6,
or Twitter posts.
Homes.
In the future, sometime in the future, we're not sure when.
Save time on basic tasks so we can dedicate ourselves to more complicated ones, and this progression is continuing into the 21st century. While the concept of connected homes isn't in itself a new one, the increasing presence of the Internet of Things and technological advancements means that it's going to become far more commonplace, reliable, and functional in the coming years. In 2013, the market in the US alone was worth almost $6 billion, and right now it's estimated that 37% of households in the US have a smart device in their home. Right now, these are usually in the form of doorbells, heating, light bulbs, speakers, and voice-activated assistants. But there are so many different ways technology can be incorporated that things will look very different in a few years. From connected fridges to power sockets, bathroom appliances, and even furniture, virtually everything that's electrically operated could potentially have a chip installed that'll make it operate from a smart device, or simply by your voice. Furthermore, with so much of it being automated, our homes will take care of themselves and allow us to focus.
Anybody see that movie that was about... Man, I don't remember. Never mind.
Focus more on our interests and our families.
Nice input, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Number 5.
We're watching
lithium-metal
this.
Battery. There's a focus right now on moving away from energy that produces emissions, and one of the best ways to do this is converting everything we use to run on electricity, as long as the electricity comes from green sources. Major strides have been made in the past couple decades, but one of the biggest limiting factors is the capability of batteries. Currently, the most reliable and cost-effective design that's used is a lithium-ion battery.
Oh, the cobalt
These have
mines.
limits with how much they can charge.
Elon Musk and his fucking cobalt mines.
Concerns about their safety if they're damaged. A company called QuantumScape is, however, developing an alternative, which instead of having liquid parts like a lithium-ion battery, is solid. known as a lithium metal battery. The results from the company's early tests have suggested these could eventually increase the range of an electric vehicle by as much as 80% and can be recharged in just a fraction of the time too. Right now the prototypes are too large to be fitted to cars, but they're expected to become much smaller in the coming years, so much so that QuantumScape has already signed an agreement with VW to start selling electric vehicles with the new batteries from 2025. Number 4. 3D printing. 3D printing has had a varied history since it first started being used in the 1980s, and even until recently it's only been useful for very specific tasks. Essentially feeding liquefied material into a chamber, and by applying layer upon layer, being able to create a 3D object. It's a technique that's mostly been known for creating small plastic objects or replacement components for certain devices. As our understanding of materials has improved though, 3D printers are increasingly being able to make objects out of different substances.
Yeah, that guy
They're
fucks for
becoming seen
God.
as potentially the future of manufacturing. From clothing and food to medical devices and the ability to rapidly prototype new designs, the possibilities are endless. But perhaps the most exciting area is how it'll change large projects. There's already a number of buildings around the world that have been built from 3D printed parts, and this is going to become even more common. Instead of needing to ship all of the different types of bricks and other parts needed to build a house, all that's needed is a supply of the basic material and a printer, and everything can be manufactured on site. It'll reduce transport needs, wastage, and increase efficiency, and could mean new homes can be built in a fraction of the time they currently take. Number 3. Blockchain.
No!
There are two main reactions when people hear of blockchain. Either they start telling you about the best new cryptocurrencies to invest in,
Or they
or
scream
they switch
no.
off from boredom.
Yeah, that's
The fact
me.
is, though, that while blockchain technology does underpin the operation of these new decentralized currencies, this is just the beginning of how useful and integrated to our lives that it will become. Put simply, a blockchain is a list of information that's linked together by a cryptographic technique. And once a block has been added, it can't be changed.
What?
And acts as a permanent record. To begin with, this was used to prove who owns a particular coin of currency, or more recently, pieces of digital art. But there are
You shall
number of
make a
companies
fine
exploring
pet
how
for
much
Amy!
wider the uses are.
Aliens.
There are already examples of how blockchain is
Agreed.
being used to enable energy trading and various other transactions, but perhaps the most important use is that it can track the history of individual products. The food industry can benefit hugely from this by being able to prove exactly where and when ingredients were harvested or cooked, and brands will also be able to use blockchain to prove whether an item is an original or a forgery. Number 2. Fighting fire with sound. With our changing climate, wildfires are becoming more common across the planet, and they're becoming even more difficult to control. As an example, in California alone, 5 times the area is burning each year now compared to what happened in the 1970s, and this is only expected to increase. Traditionally, the way to extinguish or at least limit the spread of fire
Yelling
would
at
be
the
to use
fire?
huge quantities
Hell
of
yeah.
water or foam. But with water shortages happening too and the reluctance to drop chemicals onto the land, an alternative can't come soon enough. Luckily, a
Oh, I see how they connect. You just tell the fire about the blockchain and it goes away.
solution was first revealed in 2015 and has continued in development to the point where it'll soon be deployed on a large scale. First designed to put out small fires in kitchens, the acoustic extinguisher uses sound waves to push oxygen away from the source of a fire and spread it over a wider area. This cuts off the fuel of the fire, and if maintained for long enough, will simply cause it to fizzle out. There have been attempts to do this before, but now that the optimal frequencies and techniques have been figured out, it's very likely that this will become one of the main methods of fire control in the coming decades.
As a firefighter myself, I'm kind of concerned that sound is going to come in and take my job.
1. Quantum computing. We all rely on classical computers for everyday tasks, but there's a point at which no matter how many powerful chips you connect together, they become impractical to perform highly complicated roles. Computer scientists from around the world have, since the 1980s, been pursuing the next big development, the creation of a quantum computer. And they're now closer than ever. Essentially, a quantum computer is different to a classical one in the way that it stores and handles information. In a classical computer, you'll be familiar with bits that can either be a 1 or a 0.
Thanks, Eexy.
But in a quantum computer, you use qubits, which can be in a 1 or a 0 quantum state, or a superposition of both. What this means is that a quantum computer is able to solve any problem a classical one can, and vice versa, and in some situations will be far more efficient in doing so. One of the more interesting things about quantum computers is that they won't actually always be the better choice, and researchers are still exploring the situations when they will offer an advantage. But the biggest hurdle right now is building one that's large and stable enough to see how well it can perform. Watch our future playlist for more top 50.
What's next, chat? Chat, pick one. The smartest person in chat, speak up now.
Be careful. Yes.
Silence. Absolute silence.
See you.
Dude, otherwise, I'm just gonna keep scrolling down and it's gonna be, did ancient civilizations have modern technology with aliens flying around the fucking... Okay? We're getting too far down this list. Ancient computer that shouldn't exist. No, what is that going on today? And it's gonna keep getting worse. Okay? Did ancient serpent cult dominate the earth? The Brotherhood of Snake explored. It's just gonna keep going, dude. I'm watching this. 20 minutes. Ancient snake cult. Did they dominate the earth?
Ancient Egyptian elder god to an archaeological anomaly discovered in Iraq in 1919, and the tragic passing of 2 young children in Mexico 2021. A 7,000-year-old conspiracy that might be as misunderstood as it is complex. A legacy born from an ancient mystery school called the Brotherhood of the Snake.
Can you understand this, dude?
How dangerous is this organization? Do they even exist, and what threat do they present to the future of mankind?
Wait, hold on. What did he say? Who built the pyramids and killed 2 kids?
What ties a powerful ancient Egyptian elder god,
the elder god of the
Egyptians, to an
Egyptians,
archaeological anomaly discovered in Iraq in 1919, and the tragic passing of 2 young children in
an elder god, ancient anomaly discovered, 2 kids dead.
This, then, what threat do they present to the future of mankind?
Ah, Jesus Christ. I don't think I'm gonna be able to watch it just because he told me it's like this and a little. Yeah. I would love to understand it. And then the fucking explosions come in.
It is a commonly accepted view in mainstream archaeology.
Man, you might as well just use like Microsoft Sam to read this shit out. I want to know all about this, and it's like a 20-minute video. I have discovered something new. They are trying to hide all the human history. What the fuck? It's finally happening. The Sahara Desert is creating a hole through the core of the earth. YouTube, what the fuck? The world's anus was discovered. These arrows are pointing to upside down pyramids flying above the pyramids. 10 reasons why the pyramids terrify scientists. How did this get so out of control so fast?
10 amazing reasons why the Egypt pyramids terrify scientists.
Tell me.
The pyramids are some of history's most iconic structures, but so much about them is clouded in mystery and unexplainable origins. Here are 10 amazing reasons why the Egypt pyramids terrify scientists. Number 10, each brick weighs
Because of the
from
I'm
2
sorry,
to
I
50
added
tons.
to it. Because of the slurp.
Imagine the transportation cost of carrying 2 to 50 tons of any item today. It would probably be an insane amount no matter what you're carrying, despite all the technological advancements that we've made today that make doing something like this much easier than ever before. Now, go back 5,000 years, and they were carrying 2.5
Dude, it's
million of
slaves.
these blocks that weighed up to 50 tons, all within a 12-year time frame. And that's for the Great Pyramid alone. While 12 years is admittedly a long time for a construction project today, for the time these pyramids were built, it's downright miraculous and highly confusing to scientists how the ancient Egyptians were able to build something like this without any support from modern technology at all. Maybe we haven't advanced so much as a civilization after all. Number
That
9,
noise, dude.
The pyramids aren't even close to how they originally looked. This fact makes scientists, historians, and archaeologists sadder than it makes them scared. And that's because
What the fuck? I know I was here to tell you what terrifies scientists, but this one actually makes them sad. Here's the top 10 emotions evoked by scientists through the pyramids.
much of the pyramid's original exterior has been lost to time because of natural deterioration, disasters, or looting. While the original structure, which is arguably the most important part, continues to withstand the test of time, the same can't be said for the incredible detail that was on these structures that were the finishing touches to this monument for the pharaohs. The pyramids were made of massive
Oh, Jesus! What the fuck? Are you serious, video? I'm terrified of the pyramids. I'm terrified. I don't think I'll ever watch another pyramid video again. That's fucking... He gets to number 1 and he's like, remember that ear-piercing sound you heard earlier in the video? That's the one thing scientists can't explain most of all. Okay, here's Elon Musk explain. I can't... Everything is about the pyramids. Scientists' terrifying new discovery under Siberia changes everything. It finally happened. This is text-based. Same fucking thumbnail. Finally happened. What finally happening? Same person updates us on the thing. 3 months ago, the discovery. 3 months ago, same video, finally happening. Finally. I'm scared, though. I'm terrified. Oh, Joe Rogan figured it out. Oh, Joe Rogan actually knew the whole... Never mind. I guess it's not that mysterious. Oh, man, the last two, I was excited about the Snake Brotherhood. NGL, mate. I was excited about the upside down sky pyramids. Tesla invented the pyramids. Fine. What finally happened? That's all I've got.
This is Russia, and to the right of the country is Siberia. But many people do not know how large.
This guy's quality mic. There's gonna be no jump scares. This guy knows what he's talking about. This is the what was that guy? The guy who makes the videos about guns, but like needs to entertain you by telling you what games the gun was in. Xbox Ahoy, man. It's Xbox Ahoy of conspiracy theories right now.
That part of the country is. Shown in blue on the map, it covers 77% of the landmass of Russia. However, population-wise, Siberia is responsible for only 23% of the total population of the massive country. However, the sparse population is not the only strange thing about Siberia, because many
people living here, it's not strange that people live here.
Mysterious things happen in that massive and cold region. In this video, we bring you the terrifying discoveries scientists have made under Siberia.
What?
Siberia is a fascinating place for many reasons. Located to the east of Russia's Ural Mountains, Siberia is known for its harsh winters and vast landscape. In fact, if Siberia were its own country, it would be the largest country in the world by area. At around 13 million square kilometers or 5.1 million square miles, Siberia makes up 3/4 of all Russian territory and almost 10.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to counterpoint you there. Actually, if the Earth was its own country, it would be the largest country. So you think that's big? Check out the whole planet, dude!
10% of the Earth's land surface. Siberia is a land of contrasts, and while the place is associated with harshly cold temperatures, the weather isn't actually cold year-round. During Siberian winters, the temperature can reach lows of -94 degrees Fahrenheit or -70 degrees Celsius. However, summers are warm across Siberia, with some parts of western Siberia reaching highs of 95 degrees Fahrenheit or 35 degrees Celsius. This weather is due to the continental climate of the area, characterized by cold winters.
Okay, but why is this scaring scientists?
How long have humans lived in Siberia? Astonishingly, humans have occupied Siberia for as long as 125,000
Okay, but what terrifying discovery?
years. In 2010, archaeologists discovered a human bone belonging to a hybrid of a Denisovan and Neanderthal in the Altai Mountains of Siberia. Siberian lands have long been home to indigenous groups, including the Nivki, the Evenki, and the Buryat. Siberia is home to the world's deepest lake, Lake Baikal, at 5,387 feet, 1,642 meters. It contains over 20% of the world's fresh surface water and is fed by over 330 rivers. The lake freezes over completely every winter, and you can find ice as thick as 6.5
I'm not scared
feet in
yet,
some
dude.
places.
You're not scaring me.
Siberia is crucial to the economy of Russia because over 70% of the country's oil and gas comes from the place. Natural reserves spread over more than 2 million square kilometers. The Siberian Federal District comprises 130 Siberian
Still
cities,
not scared,
including
dude.
3 with over 1 million citizens: Novosibirsk, Omsk, and Krasnoyarsk. However, Siberia is full of strange, unexplainable mysteries, some of which can affect the whole world. For example, how do you feel about a 30,000-year-old virus coming back to life? And not just a virus, but a jumbo-sized virus.
Oh my god, it's as big as me!
Discovered buried 30 meters 100 feet down in the frozen ground. Called Pithovirus sibiricum, it belongs to a class of giant viruses discovered 10 years ago. This virus is wider in diameter than the other giant viruses discovered at 600 nanometers versus 500. It has a genome of 600,000 base pairs. Imagine the rungs on the DNA ladder which hold the genetic instructions to create 500 proteins. The virus is so large...
Hold on. I need a second. I've never used explosive concoction before. It has a shit ton of fire damage. And then, some cold lightning. But I need it to do more cold and lightning so that I can actually activate Trinity. When does that happen? When is that happening, dude? I don't know.
That unlike
Wait, I didn't even what?
Other viruses, it can be seen under a microscope. The last time it infected anything was more than 30,000 years ago, but in the laboratory, it has sprung to life once again. Tests show that it attacks amoebas. But why should you be concerned about this discovery if Siberia is thousands of miles away from you? It is because, as researchers put it, this is a recipe for disaster. They believe there could be more dangerous pathogens locked in the permafrost. Since the 1970s, the permafrost has retreated and reduced in thickness, and climate change projections suggest it will decrease further. It has also become more accessible and is being eyed for its natural resources. Experts warn that exposing the deep layers could expose new viral threats.
So we're digging it up.
Jean-Michel Claverie from the National Center of Scientific Research warns it is a recipe for disaster. If you start having industrial explorations, people will start to move around the deep permafrost layers. Through mining and drilling, those old layers will be penetrated, and this is where the danger is coming from. For example, ancient strains of the smallpox virus, which was declared eradicated 30 years ago, could pose a risk because if these viruses survive in the same way those amoeba viruses survive, then smallpox is not eradicated from the planet, only stopped on the surface. By going deeper, we may reactivate the possibility that smallpox could become a disease of humans again. Fortunately, the Sibericum virus poses no danger to humans because it can't infect other animals or us, but other viruses could be unleashed as the ground becomes exposed. If that is not scary enough for you, we bring you the mysterious but massive
Why does everyone want to scare me?
up across the tundra of Siberia.
You're going to die, little boy.
Bring
food to you, or you keep food stashed next to the computer because you literally do not want to get up from the computer.
That's scary enough.
Smallpox more like cringepox and mirite hello Ster.
Oh, I was trying to figure out that word without reading it. Immeritster?
Thank you. Holes in places worldwide. However, when a Russian TV crew flying over the Siberian tundra in the summer of 2020 spotted a massive crater 30 meters, 100 feet deep, and 20 meters
That's
wide,
finally happening.
It raised many questions. The hole was striking in its size, symmetry, and the explosive force of nature that it must have taken to have created it. Scientists were not sure exactly how the huge hole, which was at least the 9th spotted in the region since 2013, formed. Initial theories floated when the first crater was discovered near an oil and gas field in the Yamal Peninsula in northwest Siberia, included a meteorite impact, a UFO landing, and the collapse of a secret underground military storage facility. However, scientists would later discover a massive crater appearing violently.
9. Did he say there were 9 of these? 9 secret military storage facilities just fucking all collapsed. They're so unstable. They're not safe. It's a real problem. There's probably the UFOs.
And explosively in the Siberian tundra. It was a powerful
in real life
blowout
has low
of meat.
self-esteem, you know, socially very awkward, but yet in the game they become a great warrior.
Bigfoot died and one of them frown.
Oh shit. Who puts these really long sub sounds on the stream like this? That just like come up and they play them. Like who does?
Then gas that threw up ice and rock hundreds
Thank
of
you,
feet
Fake Smile,
away,
too.
left a gaping circular scar in the empty and eerie landscape. It was the 17th hole to appear in the remote Yamal and Gaida peninsulas in the Russian Arctic since the first was spotted in 2013, mystifying scientists. The craters are thought to be linked to climate change, and drone photography, 3D modeling, and artificial intelligence are helping to reveal their secrets. The new crater is uniquely well preserved, as surface water hadn't yet accumulated in the crater when we surveyed it, which allowed us to study a fresh crater, untouched by degradation. It was also the first time researchers had been able to fly a drone deep into a crater, reaching 10 to 15 meters below ground, allowing them to capture the shape of the underground cavity where methane had built up.
This changes everything. Scientists are terrified. Next video. You really need.
Can't kill her.
I'm dead, you're dead, we all died, and now we're killing her. Pay it forward.
Exactly.
Wowzers.
You need a video, you need a title that horrifying to really just trick someone like me into watching it, because you know it's just this video's about nothing. They got me. And I'd rather be learning about the Snake Brotherhood right now, that are secretly destroying the world for 7,000 years. The last 7,000 years, you guys are not going to believe the shit they did. These 2 kids died. Are you next? Are our kids safe? Is the Snake Brotherhood coming? Where's Deshret's spirit? No one knows the answer to any of these questions. I can't find it. It doesn't even exist. This was reminding me of all of the like horror YouTube channels where they'll just like tell you about this spooky story. They'll spend like 20 minutes telling you a story, and at the end it's like, but was the girl even real? It's always like, holding my nose, was the girl real?
They looked up her death records and she died 40 years ago.
It's like, it's exactly like that, except posing as real. Wasted 20 minutes. That is, I mean, I leveled, man. I'm zooming. Like half the links in my armor don't even work. And I'm fucking smashing, dude.
As your terror grows,
He's holding his nose.
So does my resolve.
And that's your daily dose of internet.
That's the voice.
Can you believe this? Today on the internet there was a dog.
No, I can't, dude. Tell me about it. It is an explosive cock build, yes. All the way. I'm trying to build the juicy single target damage to smash those oobs. The oobas. Myriad character be a conspiracy guy? We've talked a lot about conspiracy guys in Myriad because, like, no one knows anything. You can't disprove it. You're all terrified all the time. Scientists are horrified. No! Fuck. A girl telling about murders while doing her makeup? Yeah, there's a lot of those. You just stand around while she does her makeup. Me and Ashley kind of do that, but it's for when any of us cook in the kitchen, we just stand and watch the other person cook. We don't cook for the other person. The other person's usually hungry and is like, oh, I wonder what I'm gonna eat. And then we're just watching the other person cook. It's fucking bizarre. I'll open Ashley's door and she'll be like busy doing something. And I'll be like, hey Ashley, let's go. I'm gonna go cook something in the kitchen. And she'll be like, shit, let's fucking go, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Very cool. Ah! Fuck. Why don't you cook for both? I don't know. It's one of the ancient mysteries that scientists have yet to figure out. They're still puzzled by it. I was enjoying the Crobacats. I don't know if there were any other like E3 videos that weren't watched yesterday though. I like that now they're just decent cut-ups. They're like historical remembrances. No, there's no commentary, there's no hey guys. It's just this is how it fucking happened. Though I can't watch the Minecraft and SGDQ ones. It's too much cringe. I'm particularly vulnerable to cringe. I've never seen Sonic. I don't know what this is, but I suspect that that's too much cringe. E3. Did we watch this? Or did I watch Game Awards 2016?
Welcome back to the Bethesda
I guess we didn't.
E3 showcase, #BE3.
Have you seen Todd?
No. Some people try teleporting, some people try stationary. What'd you guys go with?
Are you recycling the questions?
Sorry?
Are you recycling the questions?
That's right. We've been really impressed by Watch Dogs ever since Ubisoft first showed the game right here back in 2012. I think you were there that night.
All of this takes place in the largest action-adventure open world Ubisoft has ever done.
And I know a bunch of you were thinking, is this real?
I'm proud to announce
I'm lost.
that we work with our partners at Activision. We're going to bring back the original Crash on PlayStation 4 this October in Skylanders Imaginators. So let's have a look at that.
What have I got? So thanks so much, guys.
I'm so lost. What is happening?
Okay, we're through messing around.
Yo, I love this game.
When is it coming out? So it's coming out August 23rd. It's coming out for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, PC, and of course your favorite Game Boy Color.
You know, Overwatch feels like it's kind of skewed, you know, towards a kind of an anime fan type vibe, right?
It's just that visceral, tactile, authentic war experience that only Call of Duty delivers.
Outstanding. Well, look, I hope we see more soon. But until then, let's check out a trailer. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
Beast, until we slaughter you.
Yeah?
Yeah. All right, well, earlier we watched the Ubisoft press conference stream.
Thanks to everyone watching for tuning in and joining us for another Nintendo
I thought people were cheering in the video. No, I'm in the arena.
Treehouse Live at E3. We're really excited to get started.
Jamie Foxx, Zac Efron are going to be on those team. Are you guys pumped for tonight's event?
No.
Yes. Jazz. Can't wait. Dude.
Jazz.
The vault is open. Run in there. Just came from playing Battlefield 1. What? I'm still back at Battlefield. I was hanging out with Snoop a little earlier. So sorry, I'm not focused.
Do you think there's any big threats on the other team? Anybody got you nervous?
Nah, we got a special weapon that I ain't gonna tell you about, but we got a couple of little things that we gonna rock and roll with.
It's really diverse, which is super fun. Yeah, right. I mean, each class, definitely say it feels different to play with those weapons. Like you've got the SMGs.
Were they listening, or? Yeah, they were helping out. Nice. I was working with Snoop as well, trying to guide him. He had a tank rolling on the gunner as well.
See that multiplayer action right now.
I got the Prince of Persia tattoo, but not right now. Okay. Yeah, it's real. I got the Prince of Persia tattoo, really.
Oh, and here we have the first loser up. How does it feel to be defeated? I don't know how I feel.
I like to make everybody feel...
I'm not actually that short.
No, you're actually taller than me without these shoes on. I'm sorry.
Fallout 4.
This is a weird cut compared to the other ones.
For us to do, well, we made it, but you know, it's the perfect game.
A Bethesda marketing team could sell anything.
We live in a golden age, an age where anyone can make a game.
It's about supporting small developers and helping them.
It's like a whole bunch of unrelated, quick.
Make the most of their games. Now check this out. With EA Originals, we want all the profit.
And we can't wait to hear more about all things Psychonauts.
Okay, some of them, you know.
In the months ahead.
It's worth to mention that it's like going 60 frames per second all the time. So it's like super sharp. So it's like super sharp like the old games were. And this is something that it's not in every game that is being released right now. It's something that has been forgotten.
So I don't really mind the frame rate too much. Like it's 30 FPS.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah.
Locked.
I feel like it gives
Bloodborne's
a kind of
sad.
more cinematic experience. I think Dark Souls 2 had.
Is that the for real? Is that the for real cinematic experience, or was it already a meme? There's no way you just.
Cinematic experience. I think.
That has been forgotten.
So I don't really mind the frame rate too much. Like it's 30 FPS.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah.
Locked.
I feel like it gives a kind of a more cinematic experience. I think Dark Souls 2 had 60 frames per second, and that kind of threw me off. Everything felt really like light and kind of
like gamier, kind of.
Yeah, like I like that Bloodborne and Dark Souls feel heavier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have the chance to share my dreams. I have always wanted to play in a world with dragons and to fight against giant.
Oh, poor dude. This guy wanted to share his dream. This game never came out. This game got, I don't even know. Man, he never got to see his dream.
Beasts. Windows 10 and Windows 10.
And Windows 10.
Or Windows 10.
And Windows 10.
And Windows 10.
And in case of any shit,
Andy, playing on a high-end 4K Windows 10 PC. Welcome to the PC Gaming Show!
So my friend Renee here, part of the AMD Red Team, is showing off a new Alienware reference design using the RX 480. And you can see the entire PC is in that backpack.
It will be the most powerful console ever built.
Fully uncompressed pixels. These are the highest quality pixels that anybody is seeing.
We have a combination of the necessary
What does that
processing and
mean?
graphics power already built inside 40 million PS4s that have been sold worldwide.
The Xbox and a new PlayStation. How do you think the NX console will stack up to them?
Whatever Microsoft and Sony are doing in terms of talking about new systems, that's for them to fight out in that red ocean. For us, we want to make sure we're bringing our best content forward.
Hello, hello everyone.
Hi.
I'm back.
My good friend, Hideo Kojima. My friend, good to see you, my friend. So good to have you with us.
What the fuck?
Thanks, everyone.
Who?
Evening. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. It was Quake Champions.
Resident Evil
Aww.
7
Sad.
playable from beginning to end with PlayStation VR. When it releases on January 24th.
I can't tell you how happy I was to be able to tell my daughter's daycare that Fallout 4 was coming out.
Wow, Matt, so your daughter's what, 2?
Yeah, yeah.
With over 100 million players on 14 platforms, the Minecraft community is one of the biggest engagement. There you are, Sax. Here, catch.
A diamond. Well, clearly, you did that just for the achievement.
Yep, an Xbox Live achievement on an iPad on stage at E3.
Let's get out of here.
Mind if I join in?
Please welcome from the Oculus team, John Carmack.
Oh god, I remember this shit.
John, how
Kept
does
having
it feel
people
to be in
show
Gear
up.
VR?
It feels like you're living and breathing in a Minecraft world.
What? Yo, whatever game that was, I wish I knew. I'd go back. I gotta buy it. I want that game.
Zac Efron. It's a little cloudy in the building. It's the lights.
I plan on taking Courage and Hemp.
Different friends have different consoles, different units to play it on. So you just got to play it on everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad you do have friends.
Being a full-time video game player is hard for a lot of people to understand.
Oh,
it is
gosh,
tough.
do I ever
It is tough to do.
love
Only these
lady.
8
Oh my goodness.
There was like 7 voices going on at once. Oh my goodness. To have a precious sub like yourself. Thank you, Super Doodad. Oh my goodness.
Maine, the best Madden NFL players in the world. What happened?
I was racing a friend, didn't have my shoes tied.
Oh, my ear.
Fell down, broke my collarbone.
Didn't have your shoes tied. Are they tied now? No. No, they're not tied. All right.
Join the Watch Dogs subreddit, talk to us on Twitter, and join our Tumblr if you want something more edgy.
I'm Antti Ilvessuo, the creative director of Trials and also president of Finland. Trials and Blood Dragon made baby together.
Do I look older or just balder?
I have never, ever, until this moment, heard, like, developers get on stage and a crowd laughing. Ever. That was crazy.
I wouldn't open that door.
You have 3 minutes to get as much stuff added to your cart as you possibly can. 2, 1, go! So that's actually a really good strategy. For those of you who didn't notice, she just went to upcoming games and then immediately sorted by highest price. We got Train Simulator and all the DLC. That's a good one.
That shit's like
I'm not sure if I like that
$700.
idea, actually. 27 items in the cart for a grand total of $1,152.98.
I know your son's a big player.
Yes, he is.
Does he spend money on Ultimate Team that you're aware of?
Yeah, I control the debit cards and yes.
When I'm playing Bastion in Overwatch and waffle stomping newbies, I need the precision that only a mouse can give me.
Him and pick him off. So
What the fuck was that from? I want to see the whole thing.
We got some
Yeah, we got the high five.
We got the high fives.
As long as it happens.
Tell me a little bit about your PC building experience. Are you excited for this moment right now?
Oh, I'm super excited.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
This is why I'm here in LA. Not for the games, not for you. Maybe for you. Maybe for you. Maybe for you.
There's a gay fish in South Park, and he loves fish sticks. And you're all acting like this shit's regular.
Finally, I get to see more Mass Effect. Oh!
We definitely have hundreds of different species of all different sizes.
Oh, shapes and sizes.
Yes.
I love all the different shapes and sizes.
So, is your story similar to James in terms of Enrique, what you've done?
That is, you know, there's just so many people.
What the fuck, dude? He knows.
There's
He
obviously,
knows.
yeah. And so, been a great experience for us developing on mobile or a game that has a quicker
Aw,
depth.
it's just like Minecon.
Questions about that.
Use the hashtag BE3 while we take a very quick break. Take another
But
look
they're
at the
adults.
Dishonored 2 trailer, and when we get back, we'll talk with Harvey Smith.
Treated to try out this awesome game. What can they expect?
Yeah, if and you haven't told me about your little secret?
What little secret?
You didn't tell me? It's your birthday? Come on, guys! Celebrate! Today's your birthday!
Oh, dude, I totally forgot that guy existed. He had the uncanny power to make any presentation as awful as possible. The guy screaming
There is
birthday.
something else, though, that you've been asking us about, and yes, we've been working on it.
But then Twitch like canned everybody that did the live show presentation stuff and all their.
Someone like myself who's obviously played
Yeah,
a lot.
I don't know why.
That, you know, it gets its hooks in you. It really is
Well,
kind
and
of a
also-
timeless game.
And with all the mods and everything, there's so much content there that fans would be excited to play.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Are you guys going to do an Elder Scrolls 6?
I mean, that's kind of like the elephant in the room always
Yeah.
when we talk about anything. And, you know, I think it's good to, in these moments, to tell our fans, yes, of course we are.
Virtual reality from Bethesda. Ooh. Weren't expecting that, were you?
Now, I have the chance to make that dream my reality. And you're all coming with me. This is what we've been waiting for.
Here we go. All right, well, for our final VR segment right now,
I'm going to talk you through, for the first time ever at E3, a live PvP demo in VR.
Oh god, the bird.
Okay, we have to chase on to get to that final nest.
This goes back. I was saying this yesterday. The whole esports thing, where every single game had to be esports, and you had to have the commentator on stage. I'll miss that era.
We are excited to show you the first ever demo on Xbox One. I will be played by Matt. It will be played by Matt. Take it away, Matt.
Thank you, Tabata-san.
Yeah.
Humans on the island as well.
Yeah, Forrest, what are they doing there?
Well, you know, they're throwing poop. That's what they do. That's what monkeys do.
Wow.
Dishonored is known for unscripted, simulation-driven missions where no two players ever have the same experience.
Thank you, Matt. That was great.
Love Matt.
Yeah. All right, guys, we are back here live.
Now to put in the words of the infamous DJ Khaled, another one.
Oh my god, I am so glad that whole shit is over too.
A gun in your hand, it's pretty incredible. Tonight, we're pleased to announce.
I would love to see Rockstar actually
I
show.
think we actually just watched the exact moment, like the very last time someone said that. Has to be.
New games. I think we all would love to see a new Red Dead Redemption, and we'll see if that happens.
By the way, we do have modes without AI this time. We do have that.
And today, I'm really excited to announce that boat is back.
Quake Champions is a competitive, arena-style, first-person shooter for the PC, designed for players of all skill levels.
Is it going to be a traditional kind of game where you're going to buy it and download, or is it going to be more sort of free to play?
Well, we're not quite ready to talk about our business model, but we do want to get as many people in as possible.
What has it been like to try to balance all the different motion routes that players can go through? It's so much freedom.
Completely unbalanced right now. And that's why we're actually going to be doing the public alpha. Really think about what their opponent's doing before they make actions.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Dark Souls.
You might be wondering why I'm up here again.
It's not the money, I'll tell you that.
And now we have some exciting news for our South Park fans.
Tactical combat of a MOBA, all in an intense 15 minutes.
Where are you guys? Let me know you're... Damn, the whole place is going up.
We are only here.
You know how I was saying, okay, so the whole esports thing where we all get on stage and like every game has to be an esport. Don't you think it's going to be sad when we reach a day where like developers are self-aware enough to not do the people pretending to play the game together for the demo? We're like, hey bud, check it out. Got some shotgun shells over here. Watch out, we got Zeds. Like if we actually move past that, I'm going to be real sad. In the same way now that I'm sad that not every single game that has ever come out is not presented as the next big esport.
Be careful. Here because of you. We really love you guys.
Oh, all of the feels, amazing. High five, people. Woo!
All right. Hope to see you again next year. Good night.
Thank you, and have a great E3 week.
Coming to Xbox One and Windows 10.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Man, I don't know how many times I've seen this. I could watch this Andromeda video again. Did I watch this on stream once? Am I crazy? Am I a psycho, man? Am I absolutely losing it? Dude, Team Fortress 2, dude, that shit's so fucking different now, dude.
At the heart of Mass Effect Andromeda is a question.
Amazing video.
How far will we go? The Mass Effect trilogy is a huge part of our history and the lives of many of our fans. It was an amazing story, but this is a whole new adventure. We're building on the things you love about Mass Effect. Amazing stories and gameplay, and now we're letting our imaginations run wild. How far will we go? That question is also at the heart of the development of Mass Effect Andromeda.
In real life,
and for the
has
first
low
time,
self-esteem,
it's
you know,
all
socially
very awkward, but yet in the game,
they become a great warrior.
Oh, hey, Kraken, what's up, man?
I hope you're well, man.
Yo, I'm good, man. I'm good. Hope you're good, bro. I hope fucking Octo didn't do any weird shit while he was in your house. I hope you didn't, like, come home and have to clean all of the surfaces. That's one weird-ass dude. Is this a new season or an old season? For Path of Exile, this is... Oh, it's about a month old. It's not new. I've just been... I'm a Path of Exile gamer. Hardcore, as they say. Hardcore gamer, but not actually in hardcore. was so slimy. I'm telling you, man.
Powered by Frostbite, which means you're going to see, hear, and feel Mass Effect like never before. That's our...
Oh, also, you owe me like $6 million because you copyright infringed my Dragon's Dogma clip on your Twitter. So, I'm expecting that in the mail soon. Thank you.
promise to you.
Hey, that was me!
Simulating the ocean is hard. Simulating a face is harder.
Have you never played Dragon's Dogma? Alright, I can't remember if you said you were playing it again or for the first time. Not more than 4 hours. Nice. The escort mission. You get it. I have nothing, like, I don't want to spoil, I have nothing more to say. I made a video a long time ago on Dragon's Dogma, and, you know, I'm right there with you. Escort mission, eat my ass. Great game, escort mission right at the beginning. What?
Super fast graphics computers, new creative software, and high-resolution pictures are rapidly taking us to the point where audiences can't tell if it's real.
This is going to feel like, in many ways, Mass Effect 1 again. Like, you'll be able to
You get to watch the true...
And that was our goal, because we didn't want to just retread...
Great thing about Dragon's Dogma is once you beat it, you get to watch Ster's video on it. The reward at the end.
What happened?
You were clinically dead for 22 seconds.
Oh my fucking god, what is wrong with your face?
This is next generation. This is what it looks like. Like, some of the textures and characters look better in 3.
It's really going to be something, isn't it? I haven't even shown you the best part.
Fuck it, don't tell her anything. Kill it.
I love this
All
game,
right,
dude.
What happened? To who? To who?
They shouldn't have
And
fixed
your goddamn
anything.
Father. Sorry, my face is tired from dealing with everything.
And they just look a little bit off. I wrote in my preview, I think they kind of look like Sims 3 era Sims. They sort of just, something about their eyes is a little bit off. Their eyelashes are incredibly thick and just obviously like stuck to their face.
Be aware. That's all. Don't worry. I majored in glad handing during Pathfinder training.
Don't like being sat on, huh?
Sit on me.
is Ellen Ryder.
Sit on me.
He put her here. Scott, it's Mom.
I don't... How... Wow, how is this possible?
I suppose you're right.
Incoming call. Patching it through. Sam! Now!
Simulating a face is harder. However, at some point...
Dude, this... What came first, the source filmmaker animations or this game? Because it's like the same. Which inspired which?
It's sufficiently real, it falls off a cliff, and it gets creepy. At some point, it gets creepy.
You start this, I'm gonna finish it.
Yeah? You and what army?
I don't need an army. I've got a Krogan.
Focus defenses here and here. The Ket have been quiet for too long.
See? No reason we can't be civilized.
Great game.
One thing that I do have to mention that could totally change on release is that it was very, very, very buggy.
I think I was still making YouTube videos at the time. I can't remember. But I vaguely remember being like, yeah, I should make a Andromeda video. But then there was already so much. There's already like just so much. Mass Effect Randomizer. I don't think no, I've never used a mod on any of them.
Look here.
Think carefully about your next move, Pathfinder.
We have to disarm them.
Oh god, what the fuck? Someone just shot me. I'm dying. Wait, she didn't mean to.
My experience, this game is just kind of like, guess what? This thing happened. Now you have to deal with it, and the character doesn't seem to like even like care.
Mm-hmm. They're smiling, dude. They love it.
Get a room. The floor.
You folks need a hand?
Oogie! You have timing! The local smuggling union got together and decided to take me down?
Something like that.
Shit.
Move in.
What?
I heard wife. I missed it, dude. I was gaming. Shit, dude.
From their gear, they were hoping to capture someone.
Probably me. Sorry about that. Though, if you'd broken a sweat, I'd be sorrier.
You sent us the message about the Solarian Ark?
Let's be frank. There are too many inconsistencies aboard our Ark. They only make sense if someone betrayed us to the Ket.
You'll still have each other, but we want you.
I love you, Mom.
I love you.
I'm not buying it.
Both of you. Live your lives. Do great things. I see so much potential in you.
You're someone to me. I'm starting to think that kiss was more than just a distraction.
One thing has been bothering me a lot. If the characters have dead eyes,
Yes.
how does...
They're almost too alive. That's the problem.
They flutter every once in a while.
It makes, like, romancing must be so awkward.
Nothing's ruined. It would take a lot to ruin this.
Really?
Because I love you too.
I think I know how to make all this up to you.
Please, no more food.
What?
I think you're cute and I like seeing you up here. Oh my goodness, writer! Also, the accent. The accent is, I mean, it's not the only thing, but, okay, I should just go over there to the piloting thing.
Kill me now.
Nice.
The second door requires a passcode pathfinder.
An AI generated game? Yeah, I think so. That would make a lot of sense.
Passcode pathfinder.
I promise to lead the Pathfinder to Aya's vault.
Your contact's codename is Shayna.
Shayna. Got it.
Hi and good day. Having forward head posture is a major epidemic. It's a very serious condition that leads to many degenerative problems, many health conditions. Not only as children who spend so much time looking down, texting on their computer, but us as adults as well.
How do you feel? Like I've been dead?
Okay, don't make fun of him. He just came out of the cryo chamber. He's been in there a long time.
Unlike you in the Pathfinder, I do not require any blood. I have yours. You've made this much more difficult, Pathfinder.
He's phoning in the electrocution so much, like he's faking it, and the villain's gonna be overconfident, and then he tricked him the whole time. That's what's going on here. They're taking this way out of context, because in the game you're tricking him. I'm sure of it.
My father lowered himself to join your clan because he admired your grandfather. He was laughed at, called not worth killing. But now I've bested you, Morda, and Clan Knackmore will pay with blood.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
You put the colony at risk over a grudge you carried across dark space? You really
Wait, Zach Krogan got a fucking lisp? I love him. Or her. I don't. Are there Krogan? I don't.
put the colony at risk over a grudge you carried across dark space? You really aren't worth killing, Durable Strux. Get out. Take your goons with you. Now where's the drive core? Hand it over.
Hey there.
Hey yourself.
Question for you.
Shoot.
When all this craziness is over, think you'll have kids?
Where the heck's that coming from?
At some point soon, we better get busy making babies.
Okay.
Great game,
Can I
dude.
just do today over again?
What a pickup line.
Families get out of stasis.
Some people dream of success while you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. So just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Make your dreams come true! Just do it!
Move! Go!
Here they come!
Oh shit!
They got balls to try an airdrop.
Ah, fuck, I needed the ruby. Wait, no, I didn't. False alarm,
Things
fuck.
back to normal?
Not even close.
Ah!
Guys, help me! Yeah! What's going on?
My scanner would literally become a remnant mystery detector.
Your enthusiasm is infectious.
Don't tell Lexi.
The
The male looks really generic and strange. So you say, okay, I'll make my own character. You are given the strangest looking presets to work from.
Do all humans look alike?
Some of you sound alike.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Time to rest up. That's an order, Specialist Writer.
Pulling rank already. Better hope I never tell anyone about that year you only ate paste. Was it first grade or second?
Are you mad, Writer?
Dude, after watching all the E3 stuff, it's like the same awkward banter that someone will try and go for, and the other person's just like silently like, what? Except they scripted it. They scripted the awkward banter and then put it in on purpose. Or she's just like, I ate paste? What?
So, Ryder, big news. I think I found my purpose in life.
Oh yeah? What's that?
Thrashing you at poker?
To tell the truth, I'm not much of a player.
Yeah, me neither.
Right before it cuts away, the Asari like rolls her eyes in this super comedic fashion, and I don't know if it's like a glitch of like the eye tracking or not.
Come on, think. I need something. Who are you talking to?
Ryder, shit. You shouldn't sneak up on someone like that. Back up, literally. Whoa, easy. Oh, crap.
Best game ever.
We tried to take down this place for months.
Why didn't people like
Made
this?
It look so easy. Destroying their command structure and systems leaves the rest of the Kep vulnerable. Remember Jarnik? The shield around it's come down.
The Frozen City?
That's the one. This is...
Good. This decision, the policy and protocol, that's not what your victory was about. There's more to life than this.
Hold it! You're not going anywhere.
Voice.
Save it. I asked you both to stop by, remember?
Welcome to the Nexus.
We're all feeling the pressure. Where's the Pathfinder?
You're looking at her.
You're not Alec Ryder.
My father's dead. He made me his successor.
Alec is dead.
The more I played it,
Any
it doesn't
fucking
even feel like
orbs?
a Bioware
Dude, I'm a
game.
fucking gamer,
It's
dude.
Weird. I like the combat.
I've been
but
gaming,
I don't
dude.
like the characters, at least in those first 2 hours, and I don't like the writing.
It's almost level with a Mage Blood gamer time. 2 more
Not
levels.
so fast.
You're late.
I've got a good reason. You'll see in 3,
Don't just stand there!
2.
Kill them!
This is your way out of here.
Play this smart. I know it hurts, but you have to call out where to interface. Get me
So
targets.
sneaky.
Everyone get that? We're shutting the Archon down.
Brazilian or
What
not.
feedback stream? What?
Heard the attack on Resilience was bad, but damn.
It's just not military. You're not prepared for ambush.
People are saying the first impressions of the game. That was just like an IGN show that they did. It wasn't like...
Losing another Pathfinder is bad enough, even with the Krogan safe.
Yeah, I don't know. IGN used to have a lot of shows. Like GameSpot, everyone from when this came out, 2017. I'm being reminded of them all from watching all the E3 showcases that, like, it used to be a pretty big thing to have, like, YouTube, like, because streaming wasn't even really super caught on yet, and a lot of companies still were, like, had their own in-house content creators. It's unusually honest. Well, that's what I mean. It's third party. It's just IGN, like, here's our first impression, whatever. I mean, I guess a lot of the reviews are more edited and more, like, professional opinion. But yeah, I don't know. There used to be a lot more shows like that.
Settle down.
You can't be honest anymore.
I got us here. Good luck, Pathfinder.
But also, when you, like, what else are you gonna say about this game?
Like, overall, Mass Effect Andromeda feels very different to the other Mass Effect games, I think. And I, like, full disclosure, am scared of saying negative things about it because I know how passionate people are about this.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it feels a little more bro-y than I think previous games did, and then it feels a little more like a cover-based bro shooter than it does like what I know of Mass Effect.
Lean more towards like Gears of War.
And to be fair, I mean, the series has been going that way.
Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind, thinking I can see through this, see what's behind. Got no way to prove it, so maybe I'm lying.
No way this is home.
That's why I'm here, exploring the unknown.
Jesus! It winked at me.
Get her on the shuttle now!
Nice work, kid.
Hey there, this is Niall, and I'm doing another Blender tutorial. This is how to animate in Blender.
I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me.
Now you are a part of the first wave of
It's definitely 2017 to be putting this song in the video. Clap, 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 clap. Was in the trailer for the game, though? Yeah, no one cares. I was thinking while I was watching it, I don't remember any of the Cyberpunk thing. But, like, on the same level. How far off was Cyberpunk compared to that game? This video is freaking 40 minutes long. 41, excuse me.
Project Red. They were going on and on about how they'd create this vast open world with a branching storyline. The feeling of being there, of walking the streets of the future, is really going to be breathtaking.
This game, it has the potential to be very, very special.
This is going to be an RPG. This is going to be very, very deep and very crunchy and very mechanical.
This is the real.
Has anyone played it recently? I really have actually been like, man, it'd be nice if like Cyberpunk actually gets DLC, which I think they announced now, like a timeline or something. But even if the game wasn't super buggy, the beginning of it was kind of boring. I don't know. Yeah, I guess everybody is still waiting.
Real deal. They really know what they're doing.
All of it looks absolutely next level.
Cyberpunk 2077 is one of the most anticipated games coming out next year.
And fingers crossed the last E3 we'll see Cyberpunk at.
Fingers crossed.
I said it then and I said it now. I'm saying it again. Elden Ring has more bugs in it than Cyberpunk.
You need to properly go through everything, balance game mechanics, and fix a lot of bugs.
A huge world means a huge number of things to iron out.
But you gotta
and we'll
overcome
spend the
those
additional
bugs. They're a
time doing
challenge.
Exactly that.
And you're not a real gamer.
Played once again for the third time.
Welcome to the next generation of open world adventure. Immerse yourself in Cyberpunk 2077.
For this December 7th review embargo period, I am not allowed to show you my own gameplay footage. I can only use footage provided by CD Projekt Red.
CD Projekt Red wouldn't allow us to use our own recorded gameplay for this review.
Nope. We have our official video review coming with our own footage as soon as we are able to.
All right. Check this out.
I'm checking it. Looks as buggy as Elden Ring, right? Right? Right?
We've greatly enhanced our crowd and community systems to create the most believable city in any open
I think all the
world
car
game
stuff is the
ever.
weirdest.
The city's streets are bustling with crowds of people from all facets of life, all living their lives within a full day and night cycle.
Living their lives walking in a circle. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know why I'm here.
Anything you want to get off your chest about the game?
Dude, Skyrim said the same stuff when it was first being announced. Like, they go about their day with their completely, you know, AI. They have lived their whole lives. And every time everyone's like, ooh, all right. All right. You spent the time doing that. Why? Am I going to follow an individual?
Excited to tell us.
We put so much work into making sure that the city feels the best. We just really wanted to make sure that those people that live in a night city, they're real.
I mean, he really got car bombed.
Everyone's just super impressed, and the universal compliment that I'm seeing is that the world of Night City and its outskirts, there's just a beauty to it, a level of attention to detail to it that is seemingly unparalleled. Some people are flat out saying it is the most detailed world they've ever seen in a video game, period.
When you are in Night City and you're moving around Night City in first person, it's really, really exciting. And it's something that I've not seen before like this in a game. I've not ever really seen this before.
I hate this fight where you have to guess what is a ground effect that deals dot damage and which isn't. Sometimes it's like, wait, I don't think I'm... Well, I am. I need more Ster? I'm here. I'm right here. Yes. I have missed like all of the videos so far. Prefab missing. Damn. Damn, I died.
I think it's a really bold statement, but if you don't believe me, play our Witcher games. I really promise that we'll deliver a truly outstanding futuristic RPG, setting totally new standard in the genre, both in terms of the gameplay, but also on the tech side.
They are going to be receiving 30 million PLN, which is roughly $7 million. And their 4 proposals were focused on some very interesting game development goals. Now, the first of which is city creation of high quality open world games.
Cyberpunk 2077 was targeted at release for PC.
This video is edited like a dystopian future itself. I thought I had more to say. No,
And Stadia. It also was advertised as plays great on Xbox Series X and PS5.
like this is the end of the world type of music and pacing.
Get everything you need?
Yeah, about time, Holmes.
Are you very focused on PC and current gen consoles?
Our full attention is on current gen consoles and PC.
Hey. Wow, that looked bad. Definitely can't do that in Elden Ring. Fly around in the sky like that. You definitely can't. What? Dude, was it Starfield recently that also showed that you can choose the penis? What game that was like full customization for all the characters at the Game Fest, and then they showed the blurred out dongs, and they were super excited about it. What was it? I don't think it was Starfield.
Ship something which is not
Oh,
ready.
Saints
And
Row.
of course, we are looking very closely and optimizing right now. The,
Okay. I feel like
FPS, right? We really try to make sure that the game runs as smooth.
that's a
as
huge
possible.
statement
And at
for
this
the
stage of
quality of
production,
what your
we're at
game's
the
gonna be.
moment when we are, like,
Hey, dude,
optimizing
Cyberpunk.
the most and putting lots
You got a
of work
dick.
into, like, finding ways, okay, how to make Night City
Do what?
run really smooth.
We've both just played a 4-hour session of Cyberpunk 2077.
I'm getting to play Cyberpunk 2077 tomorrow.
The three of us just played 4 hours of Cyberpunk each.
A 4-hour full-on experience of the first part of the game.
So here's one picture where they have a bunch of computers just decked out.
First off, wow.
Fucking awesome.
I'm really excited.
There's so much. There is so much to do.
I was absolutely blown away with the experience.
I had my doubts given the trailer and how good it looked. They have delivered.
Everyone agrees that Cyberpunk 2077 so far is living up to the hype.
CDPR released the pre-order stats, 8 million copies
Man,
pre-ordered.
I want to know what they... Because it's not like these people are fucking fake frauds. They got bought out. Like, I want to know what they did to make the demo acceptable. Like, the lengths that they went to make sure that they don't get to see the actual game and they just get the one vertical slice room.
But 41% of those pre-order sales came from console gamers who did not really know what this game looked like outside of highly curated videos released specifically from the developer leading up to launch.
We want to continue to give you a closer look at the game running on console. Since going gold, the team at CD Projekt Red has continued to work on Cyberpunk, addressing bugs and glitches and enhancing the gameplay and graphics. The gameplay you see today already includes a great number of those fixes as we work towards bringing the best possible experience on December 10th.
Cyberpunk 2077 marries exploration of a vast open world with kinetic combat, story-changing player choices, and robust character development.
Cyberpunk has been taken off the PlayStation Store. You can no longer buy it digitally, and Sony is now officially offering refunds.
Even if you press done, you will find that no results available for Cyberpunk.
Retailers like GameStop and Best Buy are also allowing customers to get refunds.
The console version was not sent to press, and so we didn't really get to see what it looked like.
CD Projekt Red has officially apologized for not showing the base PS4
We're
and Xbox One
sorry.
versions of Cyberpunk 2077 before launch.
We should have paid more attention, making it play better on the PS4 and Xbox One.
So what do you want? Supercar? Big house? You want to rule this city? Well, you ain't getting anywhere without an upgrade. You need a softer touch. Stronger's fine, because taking over Night City ain't gonna be easy.
He's dabbing. Shit, you gonna let him get away with that? The driver's chilling. I don't. Ah!
See you in the major leagues, Jack.
Drop that iron. Let's talk.
No, you assholes won't take me alive.
Oh, yeah, video game.
The new game Cyberpunk 2077 that's getting all the rave has reportedly been plagued with bugs and crashes.
Everyone who is not willing to wait for updates and want to refund their digital copy can do so by submitting a request.
They literally shipped a live service, always online title. You have to be connected. You have to be committed to downloading updates to fix this.
Oh,
game,
shit, did you?
Because if you don't have internet, you're screwed.
For real? I don't remember that. But that's just video games. Sad. Yo, that guy had two faces. What?
Fucking city!
Yeah, like I get people could lie because they want to keep their good standing with the publishers, but I think you're overestimating two things: how malicious game content creators are and how good at acting they are. Like a lot of those were generally like, no, like they saw some shit that impressed them.
No, directly behind you.
And they definitely like it had to have been some like super perfected vertical slice. Because it's a lot less likely that it was a mass conspiracy, that a whole bunch of people who went to the same event all agreed that nothing went wrong at it. Smash. Smash. Leave the car alone. Are we gonna do this for like 40 minutes?
It's getting embarrassing.
A big Anthem head? Dude, I still to this day will tell you Anthem was a good game. To this day, dude. Really sad that they dropped it. I don't want to see the endless comparisons.
Technology. William Gibson, the godfather of cyberpunk, as it were, Great Dismal on Twitter, he said that it just looked like GTA 5 with kind of 80s generic cyberpunk theme slapped over it.
Why did I move here? I guess it was the weather.
I'm still in EA's pocket over Anthem. They gave me a contract. It's a 40-year contract. I'm not allowed to say what I actually thought about Anthem. Even after its cancelization, like, they still give a shit what Ster says. Because they know if Ster were to open his mouth, their company is done for.
I don't know that thing.
All these people would just stop playing Anthem.
Keep in mind that what you see here is not final. We just want to give you a glimpse of what will be possible in the released game. What would have happened if we hadn't met with the Militech agent? Or told Royce about the agent and her plans? Or just decided to buy the bot ourselves? So many options, so many possibilities. And each will have consequences that will ripple through the game world and your story.
Man, like the first gameplay trailer they ever showed of Cyberpunk was actually...
Yeah, exactly. That is one of the most overstated parts of this
really
game.
good.
It is not like that. It is not that interactive. It is not that tree branches type of things where everybody that plays the game is going to have a bit of a different experience. That's not what this game is.
This will really
and then you play that scene yourself and it wasn't
very
that at all.
Players, right? Not only the way you play it, the way you interact with the world, the way you talk to people, all that kind of stuff. Like if you look at all the little choices that accumulate through the game, no playthrough will basically be like another.
95% of the dialogue options that you get are meaningless.
As you can see, we have many possible options. But in each case, we take a risk. It's our choice if we want to finish her off or spare her. Your cyberpunk, your rules.
The reality is that if you spare her, nothing happens.
And that was just a glimpse of how complex the branching storyline in Cyberpunk 2077 can get. Every decision you make will have consequences. Your choices will shape how the world reacts to you and affect your relationships with those around you. One of those relationships is special. Ever heard of Johnny Silverhand?
No.
You're breathtaking.
Cyberpunk 2077
Play D&D true!
Night City. V's current apartment is located inside a mega building, a huge building complex that forms a micro-society of its own.
Your stash is a secure system for storing equipment and can be accessed from all of your available safe houses and vehicles.
All safe houses and vehicles, it says.
I think I underestimated the need for actually
Right
having
now, at the moment, we're not planning, for you to buy
more than 3
different
projectiles.
because Cyberpunk's a very story-focused adventure.
Cyberpunk is an RPG at heart. I can't stress that enough. People have been doubting that, but actually I think in many ways it is more RPG than even Witcher was.
I couldn't even find a way to figure out what level an enemy actually is. So you never know exactly how easy or how difficult a fight is gonna be.
This is an RPG, so before we get into our appearance, we need to define our backstory.
In the deep dive,
What is
we
that ring?
can see that the character has 3 sort of origins that we
a
can
ring.
pick. I mean, what
I'm
are
actually
they and
I'm actually
how
surprised
they
that sold for
actually affect
4x.
gameplay?
Oh, okay.
You're like, yes, let's go.
Yeah, okay. I'll go into my 50-minute answer. Okay, so you actually start off.
I've been noticing this league, the weirdest thing has been that all rings of all types have been stupid expensive. Especially anything with cast curse on hit. Like a decent curse on hit ring is like 5x. For no reason. Like this one, this is good. That's like I think the max fizz damage roll from essences. I still don't think that would normally sell for like 7, but it's probably going to. Recombinators doesn't account for like why a basic ass ring have been selling for so much. That ring's nice though, but who the hell plays mana characters? I went hard on a mana character. And I'm happy that I craft a lot of the stuff myself. But yeah, I made a lot of money this league just crafting rings. For some reason, rings, I don't know, dude. They were all easy to make. And they all sold for way, way, way more than they should. Like, I have one on my other character right now. The base for a ring that has +1 max frenzy charges on it and nothing else is 4 exalts. If you buy that and then add anything to it, it's like, okay, 7 exalts now. Because you craft it like the most predictable, easy shit on it. It's very weird. A trash amulet with 1 all skills for 9x? I don't know what's going on, dude. Don't even know. I think I had a... Here's the best example from this league so far. I had I wish I could show you. A triple strength dex int ring that people use for omni stacking. I bought a 1x ring off the market because it's all prefixes strength plus to int plus to dex. 1x. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to craft prefixes can't be changed and add literally anything to it. And do like a Veiled Chaos Orb on it. Sold for 10x. Okay. Fucking like, okay. Sure.
Being a completely different person. Now, what is important with that is we actually take that through the whole game, and we did our best in the quest team to like support all those like 3, I would say, main ways to go through the story. And of course, player can like mix and match anytime, any way he really wants. But it's
I don't know if that's
that
I don't know if
take
that's
from the very
different
beginning
than any other league, or I finally have reached the point where I realize how easy it is to actually craft some of the stuff that's expensive.
20-minute intro sections that all end with the
'Cause I usually don't do any crafting myself in this league. It was finally like, nah, it's not as complicated as I thought. I always thought crafting in Path of Exile was complicated because it's shitty.
And looking at the
but it's
metrics,
just
we see
shitty.
tremendous numbers of people
It's not
playing
actually
that
that
game really
hard.
far, but never made it to the end. We want you to see
So
the
whenever it was shitty, I was like, I must be missing
choices
something.
The
No,
choices you
I
make
wasn't.
will shape your story.
Maybe like one or
Determine
two
how events
tricks
unfold. But not everything
that help
in
with
Night City
like
is
some
a matter
slight
of
random
life and death.
consistency.
Sometimes it's about style, choosing your look, your ride, your pastime, who's at your side. Choosing how you spend your
So
dirty
as
money.
I just force harvest. I mean, in its own kind of crafting in its own way. You might think you're not crafting because you have to harvest like 100 times random rerolls. And it's just shitty. Now it's worth 20x. Yeah, it's insane. I really it couldn't have been like this before.
Where you're like, I need to get in there. I need to get in there. And then you go and you're like, oh, I can't get in there. Because the city is so big. It's overwhelmingly huge.
Endless possibilities and endless lies.
And it's weird to me too because this league is one of the ones where you can make some of the most overpowered items that have been possible in a really long time because of recombinators. And like the high end for gear is much higher than it usually would be. But then all this random kind of like simple basic stuff is still selling for insane amounts. Something's off with my damage, and I don't know what I'm missing. I have done a really weird skill tree. But I'm worried that it's that I don't have enough projectiles. Because I'm not going to be able to fix that, because I'm locked into the skin of the loyal that I have, unless I bought another one. It only has 2 green sockets, so I can't, like, add greater molt. Oh yeah, and I'm still using like 3 heralds for some reason. I mean, I guess I would just be using Grace Determination. They wouldn't be damage auras at all. I do keep running out of flasks. That is true. I need some actual flask sustain.
Here, a generic ad has morphed into an advertisement specifically tailored to V.
God dang cyber psycho. Why is he lifting weights when you can have cyber arms? And he has cyber arms.
Life is full of disappointment.
Cyberpunk is a mature, visceral experience, and as such, it will let you explore a variety of different interactions with the game world. And as
I
you
need
just
utility
saw,
flasks. I'm gonna take these. Utility flasks gain charge every 3 seconds. Wait. I'll get it right now.
Things are about to get heated.
Oh shit.
It looks like the scavengers from earlier are still angry.
They're pulling ahead, Heiner. Watch it now.
Random encounters like these are an example of how your actions directly influence your open world.
I mean, I'm killing rares in like 2 to 3 hits. It's just when I get to a boss, I think it's... Yeah, I'm running out of flask.
6 unique districts. It was designed to be a tourist hotspot within the city. As you can see,
But why am I running out of flask? Does Mage Blood fuck with it?
Investors pulled their funding, leaving most establishments unfinished.
Because from all these kills I should be getting... I'm like not seeing flash charges come back.
Is the city fully explorable or are there restricted areas?
No, we're planning to really
Yes,
create
Lamau?
a seamless feeling of a
It
true
shouldn't.
open world game.
It's one of those places where expectations and reality collided, resulting in a heap of disappointment. Taking a casual stroll here would not be a good idea. A fast motorbike.
Because it has nothing to do... Hold on. It has nothing to do with me using it. It's just that they apply their effect, and I'm only using charges. And, oh, because I'm doing gains no charges during flask effect? That might be what is actually blocking it, because it's in effect, so it can't gain charges, so... So yeah, I think it's just the enchant that's fucking it. Dude on. A bit of a goof. I get a Mage Blood when everyone was buying fucking rings for like overpriced amounts. I was doing a lot of bossing recently and I got really lucky too on finding like omniscience and bunch of junk. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sell all of the other gear from characters and get the one thing that my boy heart desires. Because for a ward stacker as well, which is the other character I was playing, you get a ridiculous amount of damage for Mage Blood because you always have the uptime on your iron ward flask. I was like, that's all I really want. I'm gonna get it. Yeah, okay. Now I have flask charges. Now my damage exists.
How much customization is there for vehicles, colors, decals, and performance?
Yeah, so while we don't really have that much customization in the game.
That explains a lot.
What we do have is different variants of cars.
These are for choos who love the smell.
So yeah, I was doing really good damage and I wasn't using any flasks.
Engines and exchangeable parts make them perfect for tuning.
You do not really customize them. What you do, you actually own different vehicles that have been owned.
Vehicles? What the fuck?
You can find different vehicles that have been already built up, but you do not do it yourself.
Whether it's street racing, running from the NCPD, or just showing off in the streets.
Oh, the biggest disappointment in this game was how the cops just spawn around corners on you. Like, you shoot someone and cops appear.
Welcome to the city of Gonk Dreams.
Cyberpunk 2077.
Out in the world, if you commit some crimes, if you just suddenly become violent, then people will respond to that. So as an example,
Yeah, they
the NCPD might
respond
start chasing you.
by appearing. It became like a survival mode. It was really weird.
I don't deserve this. Just let me live.
Just let me live.
I deserve this.
He's just put your hand, fucking run or do something. It's just a fist fight, man. Have you lifted a log before?
You will put that away. I got kids, man.
Always show.
Take him out.
He's out of control. Don't do these fucking comparisons again. Chill out. I'm here for Cyberpunk. probably sell the, speaking of rings, sell the Frenzy Charge ring that I had.
Don't think you can talk your way out of this one.
So I'm probably done with everything except this character.
Hey, what are you doing? And don't do it.
It is neither. It's you can get +1 to charges from recombinators. Is one of the random things that show up now on rings. Yeah, so I believe you can technically get a synth recombinator, a +2 to max frenzy charges on one ring.
Ready by then and good to go by April 16th.
Maybe even more, because I'm not sure if the mods are considered different.
Then we wouldn't have announced the release.
Like the Delve one would be a separate max frenzy charge.
That really puts quality above everything, and it's also reassuring for me as a developer. Like, I know we will not ship this game if it isn't ready by the time we
Nice.
decided to ship it.
Yeah. Pre-order now.
Yeah.
Based on that legacy of genuine and honest communication, you've trusted us and pre-ordered our game. And despite good reviews on PC, the console version of Cyberpunk 2077 did not meet the quality standard we wanted it to meet. Every change and improvement needed to be tested, and as it turned out, our testing did not show a big part of the issues you experienced while playing
Next
the
level
game.
we zoom.
There's been a lot of talk that CD Projekt Red was going to be sued for misrepresentation, and now apparently the one of 4 law firms that was planning to sue CD Projekt Red have actually filed against them.
On behalf of persons or entities who purchased or otherwise acquired publicly traded CD Projekt securities between January 16th, 2020 and December 17th, 2020. Now, does that date, January 16th, ring a bell? It should. January 16th is when CD Projekt put out this statement.
We are currently at a stage where the game is complete and playable, but there's still work to be done. Postponing launch will give us the precious months we need to make the game perfect.
Class action lawsuits against CD Projekt because of deceitful practices.
YouTube. YouTube.
That not only fooled customers and media outlets, but also investors.
CD Projekt Red's share price dropped 20% in a day.
YouTube. YouTube.
Actually, it's worse than that. Their share price has dropped for over.
I can't. I gotta push this thing, and I can't stop this. I can't get off this crazy ride, dude.
%45% in the last couple of weeks. I'd say that this is a failure of software engineering, but as is so often the case, that also means it's a failure in business terms. With teams crunching for over a year, it's pretty obvious that CD Projekt Red was trying to fix both time and scope at the same time. People will be burnt
Hardware
out.
acceleration? I don't know where even is that.
Anybody that's tried working that hard
Probably. I'm probably accelerated.
On the project in total, it's between 400 and 500 people, I think, working on the game.
So we've got all of those people working on the game. Have you experienced any times of like crunch time, the normal
crunch time?
Yeah, well, 100-hour weeks, 60-hour weeks type deal when you end up going through.
We don't really like to talk about it too much because it's a little bit too controversial, and we're more here like to talk about the game and not about like the working life around the game.
I wonder why. Not here to talk about that.
Somewhere, it's on us. It's nobody else to blame. But if it's a success, it's the success of the people and of the teams, and we are. Actually, I am immensely proud of it, and I think the whole team. So there's really nobody telling us what to do.
Thank you so much for coming by. Thanks to you and for pushing our industry forward continually. Guys, give it up. Mark from CD Projekt Red.
So choose the games you want to play.
There are worlds to be saved, heroes to be made, and legends to become. Together. Thanks, and have a great evening.
Oh shit, Sombra!
Come touch me like I'm an ordinary man. Have a look in my eyes. I don't need my skin, that is the file, and it's got a gun in his hand.
The toys! Show me the toys!
Ready to make sense of anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything.
Anything?
Living in the side of your face, red so wide, spinning around you, around you, around you. Blistering sky, blistering sky, blistering sky. Bullets are the beauty of the blistering sky. Bullets are the beauty and I don't know why. Bullets are the beauty of a blistering sky.
What is this song, dude?
Bullets are the beauty and I don't know why.
We actually just watched 40 minutes of Cyberpunk? Oof. That flew by, but I'm gaming. Yeah, it's still eating flash charges, like, very fast.
Personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility.
What am I gonna do about that?
Well, well, looks like fortune favors the stupid, too. Now what?
I'm gonna ask for a refund.
Topical. He's out. Like, it doesn't matter that I'm not even using flash charges. Not yet. What else we got? What other content have I not made? And then I gotta run to the PP room.
How did you? You're still breathing. Bloody barnacles.
Problems with NFTs? I was just telling Ashley yesterday how little I want to hear about or talk about NFTs with anyone ever.
Here our ways divide. The really fare you well.
Be kind, if you can.
I don't know, dude. Man, bad time for that video to end. I really just want to find one immediately and go PP. This PP is clouding my judgment. I don't know, 3-minute video. I'll be right back.
Everyone knows Ghost Recon, everyone knows Tom Clancy, but tell us about Breakpoint specifically.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focused on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar stream. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. What if I become sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My empire of dirt, I will let you down. I will make it.
Ghost Recon Breakpoint will be live for years to come. We've got your back.
I wear this crown of thorns upon my liar's chair, full of broken dolls I cannot repair. Beneath the stains of time, those feelings disappear. You are someone else, 'cause I am still right here. What if I become my sweetest friend? Everyone I know goes away in the end. And you could have it all. My empire of dirt, I will let you down.
I remember actually being pretty excited for these Ghost Recon games when they first announced them. Like, damn, there's a lot they can do there. Man, dude, Ghost Recon, let's go.
I would keep myself. I would find a way.
EP content was great. I'm glad.
Sure, you may think it would stink being a medieval peasant, but do you know just how stinky?
Noodle shop and Ghost Recon.
I don't know what that means. Thank you, Radishes. That's how they get you the hope. I think every time Ubisoft announces a new IP, they get me. Because it looks great, it takes a while to come out, get used to the idea of it, comes out, and then you forget that they're intending to, like, make one of those every year for, like, the next 5 years. And then it plays like a game like that. Surprised. I'm usually not a big connoisseur of gaming video content.
We started with a sensor that turned voice and movement into magic.
Xbox. Play.
We thought this would be fun to play with, and it was.
This is about the
Something
Kinect.
amazing is happening. The world is starting to imagine things we hadn't even thought of. Unexpected things. Helpful things.
Jeez.
Beautiful things.
This is, I mean, I'm sure somewhere there are commercials like this, but for VR now.
Inspired things. Which is why, even though the world keeps asking us what we'll do with Kinect next, we're just as excited to ask the world the same thing.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam! There it is.
God, I remember that. How fucking old is that?
That they just like to play games with controllers. controller in their hand.
Today we're introducing a new Xbox One without Kinect for $399.
But here's the problem. For far too many people, the controller is a barrier separating video game players from everyone else. Can we go beyond the controller? Can we make you the controller? We can.
Don't do it. Oh man, the Star Wars dance game is gonna be in here, isn't it?
But how much of this stuff is real?
Scam.
How much? I don't know, dude. It looks real to me.
I was thinking today you should let me beat you at football again. That is if you finished your homework. You have finished your school project.
Oh, oh my
What happened
god,
there
dude.
is that Claire knew Milo so well, she knew when he was worried about something.
Lift off!
So many dark memories.
You've got to put these goggles on. Goggles?
Claire has been thrown a pair of goggles. Notice what she did. This wasn't active.
Peter Molyneux, let's fucking go.
Reach down for those goggles. Now, everybody, every single person that has experienced this reaches down.
We've given Project Natal a name. Connect for Xbox 360. It is unlike anything you've ever experienced before.
Out of the block by Coiled Springs. Experiences that can't be done in any other medium or on any other console.
Go ping pong. What's a Wii?
While providing core gamers a level of control they never dreamed possible.
This is so cool. Go faster!
No matter what your age or
That was
gaming
bold
ability,
to get child
you can
actors on
instantly
stage for
jump
that.
in and
That's
have fun.
crazy.
Stop.
Thanks.
Whoa, look at those mermaids. Stop waterfall! Whoa. Oh no. Oh no, Captain Hook. Whoa.
Whoa.
The Queen! Fist bump.
Thanks, guys. Just be yourself.
Hello, fellow
and
kids.
do what comes
I'm
naturally.
announcing my incoming fist bump.
Yeah, you like that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay, Skittles. That's enough. Please. Okay, tickles. Okay, Skittles.
Your child can learn valuable life lessons through the magic of Connect.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh!
Wow. Let's once again give it up for Usher and crew. A revolutionary way to play, a new era of interactive entertainment, a new world of possibilities.
Young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town.
Dude, they're having so much fun.
Now let's take a look at how Kinect can be used to completely redefine the kart racing genre.
Boom! Eat my sauce, y'all. All right.
High-flying stunts and tricks that you just can't get in any other kart game.
360! That was fun. Awesome.
The future of games and entertainment is happening now.
It's time for this kid to show
I don't remember like any of
Hey, I'll
this.
see you in the end zone.
Well, like a small percentage.
412!
Because if I saw this, I would never forget it.
This kid to show off the bazooka. Hey, I'll see you in the end zone. Red! 412! Stand hike!
can't stop. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Touchdown.
This is what happens when technology gets out of your way.
Look at the water. We can go anywhere. Okay.
How many demos did they do for this? Like, if you don't believe us yet, check out these fucking old dudes playing football.
So now check out the awesome photos of Shannon and Abby playing River Rush.
This is controller-free games and entertainment.
We must make it invisible.
The technology invisible.
No buttons, nothing in your hands.
You don't have to hold anything. You don't have to be on anything.
Oh, yeah! Thank you. Thank you. Please, sit down, sit down. Japan just won the World Cup? Yeah, baby, yeah, thank you. Okay. Oh, you love me.
That's actually me in the virtual world.
Oh, that's her.
Including my sweater. Through the magic of Kinect, we're changing the way that you think about fitness. I'm free to play and to interact and feel the magic
Oh, sexy.
of my environment.
She is free to play.
Today, more than 50 years after the introduction of the remote control,
Xbox home.
it begins by giving TV a new voice. Yours.
I don't have to fumble around in the dark for the remote control. I don't have to remember which one is pause and which one is fast forward. It just works for me. Xbox, play music.
Yo, this whole Xbox do this. Alexa, suck my. You know, like, I cannot believe that it's stuck and that, like, shit still does it. That anyone bought any of it, that anyone uses any of it. I don't understand. Siri can fuck off. They're all weird. I can press the button. Why not?
All right. So now I can...
You laugh too, Ashley. Every time we're watching TV and our TV's like, hey, have you tried doing this? Say, Alexa, buy me 7,000 tons of toilet paper.
Listen to Justin Bieber.
The technology is invisible, but the connection is more engaging than a phone call.
Wow, hey, that's pretty cool. It's following me.
My coworkers played it just to boost their gamer score.
Maybe you should do the same thing.
What?
Ooh.
My gamer score is 100% legit.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Kinect transforms entertainment.
What the fuck?
Kinect unleashes creativity.
Let's put some earth down. Dark brown. Okay, so...
Oh man, this reminded me something else I want to watch after
elephant.
this.
Cheese.
The original Anthem E3 reveal, where people are playing the game. As an Anthem lover, I can watch it. Okay, you guys aren't allowed to, but I can trash on it. It is one of the all-time most insane, like, we're gamers and we're pretending to game together presentations that has ever been done.
And there's our gorgeous
And also, none of it was in the game.
masterpiece.
Kinect technology has an amazing ability to analyze body movement even better than the human eye.
So, as you can see, when I start making movements with my avatar, it instantly mimics me on screen.
Lightsaber on.
Wait, what am I doing? My lightsaber's on. Wait, where am I? Oh yeah, silk. He gave me a key. Okay, I spaced out.
Star Wars. Let me get, you know what, you gotta hold the belt so you understand what it is. Thank you. You really feel the force, like seriously. And then you go like this, and it moves around and stuff like that. Never seen nothing like that before in my life.
The break with the past is clear.
Imagine the fidelity of motion when swinging a golf club in Tiger.
I think
Perfect.
what Microsoft is doing is not about reinventing the wheel. It's about no wheel at all.
Now let's walk around towards the back.
Man, does YouTube not have like a go back 5 seconds button? I need to see that old man smirk. I need this.
It's about no wheel at all.
Now let's walk around towards the back.
Oh, left arrow usually goes like
You can
percentage
move your
based.
head
It's
around
usually
the
too far,
interior,
isn't it? It's like,
or even look into
oh no,
the
that's like
corners.
10 seconds.
Welcome
You're right.
to the future of racing.
The future of interactive entertainment, controller-free, had arrived.
Today, I'm proud to announce that all future titles in the Tom Clancy's franchise will leverage Kinect.
Seriously,
What we are doing
how
with
many
Just Begin and
presentations?
Kinect is something that a gamer
How
cannot
is there
do with a
still
normal
more?
I'm proud to announce that 4 EA Sports titles will feature Kinect support in 2012.
I'm pleased to announce that Mass Effect 3 will also support Kinect, taking that immersion to an even higher level through voice recognition.
I don't need her trust.
I'm Commander Shepard, Alliance Navy.
Are you here to kill me?
Of course not.
We're here to take you home.
Playing Mass Effect 3 with the Kinect is phenomenal.
It will completely change how you view gaming, honestly.
We are a stasis. We are a singularity. We are a warp.
It blew my mind. It's not, I would buy a Kinect literally to play Mass Effect 3.
Madden, NFL, and FIFA will become better with Kinect.
That's what I mean. That kid, he wasn't acting. He was for real. He wasn't paid off. Everyone else, yeah. There's no way his acting's that good that he's actually like, he believes it. He saw all the marketing. He got all the hype. He believes it. And he'll be in denial for years after buying it.
You'll be sure to hear about it.
That wasn't waste money.
Everyone knows we started out and it's supposed to be a Kinect title and all that, but you reach a point where you're teaching people how to swing a sword and not play a game, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, we had to make the decision, is this the game we want to make?
That thing in our hands, that thing that's evolved in our hands and got more and more complex and got more and more buttons, actually has been the biggest barrier to what we want to create.
The big fin and a smiley face. There we go.
This whole presentation with him on this one, like, talk to this kid and, like, pretend you have a son. This whole thing is, like, moment to moment insane.
What do you think?
Look at what just happened.
Orange.
Claire drew a picture on a piece of paper. The piece of paper was held up to Milo. Natal recognized the piece of paper, scanned the piece of paper in. Milo looked at that piece of paper, recognized the shape, recognized the color, and able to get on with his project. This is true technology that science fiction has not even written
It's
about.
true.
And this works today.
I'm sure you agree that it's pretty revolutionary. I hope you agree this is a landmark in computer entertainment. What designers and what this industry does with Natal will change the landscape of games that we play.
Peter Molyneux, creator of the Fable series, has said that he thinks that the Kinect is an unnecessary add-on. Molyneux, in an interview with Edge, said, "I actually wish Kinect wasn't a requirement. It feels more and more like a joke."
With the power of Xbox, the simplicity of Kinect, and the intelligence of Bing, Xbox 360 will change living room entertainment forever. And this is only the beginning. This is it, Xbox One.
We're bringing a new Kinect sensor paired with every Xbox One. Kinect is completely redesigned. Our new proprietary time of flight measures the time about 13 billionths of a second that it takes individual photons to bounce off of you to create unprecedented accuracy and precision. This is rocket.
What?
Individual photons to bounce off of you to create unprecedented accuracy and precision. This is rocket science level stuff.
Thank you all for joining us today. At Xbox, we're ushering in a new golden age of entertainment.
Here it is. Here we go.
a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but an answer to, ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carpet nights off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get myself together, now I got myself together. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. Moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. I am the controller!
I don't think I've ever paid attention to the words of that song. What the fuck? This map is too wild.
Nice job, kid. Mind if I join you for the next one?
The Xbox One will always come with Kinect, according to Microsoft's Phil Harrison. Harrison said, Xbox One is Kinect. They are not separate systems.
The Kinect just can't catch a break. You see, Microsoft has revealed that Kinect gestures won't work in the new Xbox One experience because barely anyone uses them now.
Now I'm feeling how I should. Join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so flat time I spread my
You move so fast in PoE. Yeah.
Fortunately, we have a product.
Dude, you know how much fucking money is making me move this fast? And also the boots that have nothing on them just for move speed. He doesn't know.
People who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
How much?
Stick with 360. That's your message. If you don't,
Well,
people don't like it.
If you
A lot.
have zero access to the internet, that
A
is
lot.
an offline.
I feel like I keep having to occasionally, when telling Ashley, like, oh, how's Path of Exile going? I need to, like, make this stupid, like, football field size comparison so she can understand. Like, okay, so, like, a Chaos Orb is the penny. The Exalt is the dollar. And then the Mage Blood is the Gucci belt. Right? Choose live day 2. The Rise and Fall. Dude, any video titled The Rise and Fall of something. Yeah.
Do you ever get lonely?
Oh, gosh.
Do I ever. To have a lovely lady. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Don't give up on fighting games. Here's a 1-hour tutorial on why you should keep playing them. I wanted to watch the Anthem thing, true. After this, it's a 10-minute video all about our favorite game, Lawbreakers. Then the Anthem thing.
Overwatch.
I think we've kind of made the Dark Souls of competitive first-person shooters. Competitive first-person shooters.
He said it for real.
We just didn't do the same archetypes that other shooter character-based games do, with the bow guy and then the gnome with the turret, or the classic medic with the noodle that heals people. We did our own things. I started writing down all sorts of ideas and just stupid sketches and everything like that. And I went around and met with EA, Activision, Ubisoft, and I put the book down. I'd be like, I want to make another $1 billion IP.
organized insanity.
Gravity-defying combat.
They're defying gravity, dude.
This is Lawbreakers right here.
At the end of a match, I was shaking because my adrenaline was pumping.
Crazy.
Movement's fantastic.
The floor is lava. It's something brand new. It's not comparable. You can't compare it to anything. Like Overwatch, but better.
When Overwatch announcement trailer hit, and Matt Fishman looked at the trailer and he goes, "Oh fuck."
So this isn't Overwatch.
No. It's Overwatch plus Unreal.
Similar to Overwatch.
Basically Overwatch with an anti-gravity field mechanic.
They're mixing...
Dude, you don't think gamers are gonna tell you this is basically X game? You fools.
The class systems of Overwatch with your more twitchy
Overwatch
gameplay.
came up with it.
Real tournament.
Yeah.
Overwatch-oriented hero shooter.
It's familiar to Overwatch, and as much as you get triggered by hearing the word Overwatch while you're playing Lawbreakers, they are part of the same extended family of games, the hero shooter genre.
We were being compared to other games in the genre as our competitors, and alongside those, that's, you know, we felt like we didn't belong there with some of those comparisons.
Install that Chrome thing that removes YouTube comments for you.
Oh, you're just a Overwatch ripoff, and it's like, well, we were working on everything we knew for this game before we even saw Overwatch.
We're actually happy that there's games like that, Overwatch and Gigantic out there, so we can actually look at what they're doing and specifically say, let's not go in that direction.
Lawbreakers, the upcoming game from Gears of War designer Cliff Bleszinski's new studio, is no longer free to play. Bleszinski explained that the business model simply wasn't the right fit for the game.
$29.99, none of that $60 multiplayer only bullshit.
$29.99.
Okay.
It's none of that $60 multiplayer only bullshit. Right.
$29.99, none of that $60 multiplayer only bullshit.
$29.99,
Yeah.
none of that $60 multiplayer only bullshit.
And it's up on the Steam wish list right now, Lawbreakers. You can wish list on Steam, which is very cool.
If you didn't know, that's really cool.
You also recently announced that the game's coming to PlayStation 4.
Because I hate Xbox.
PS4, yep. PC, but no Xbox, right?
Yeah, and those Xbox fanboys are pretty salty.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, they supported you for a long time.
This was not a situation of I don't like Xbox because some of the fans feel betrayed that Xbox built you who you are.
Fucking guy.
Yeah, look, I get you have feelings, that's cool, but this is a fucking business.
Yeah.
I'm well known in PC circles for talking trash about the PC as a platform in the past. I was wrong, okay? Let it go, people.
The beauty of the PC, and this isn't to slag anything about consoles because maybe the game could come to consoles eventually, leading with PC first and foremost allows us to be agile.
It's such a fun, exciting game. I did get my hands on it, but I think a lot of the players are going to be really excited to get this Dead Zone Deluxe Edition because it adds so much in the form of colors.
Oh my god. Look at these guns. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh! Finally got an exotic skin.
I think it's the best FPS game I've played in a long time, actually.
Super addicting.
It's a blast.
Fucking awesome.
It's grudge match time.
Ready defense, Motherfuckers like, yes, there is. Stop it in its tracks.
Everybody always asks, is this game going to be an esport? You going to be an esport? And like, I tweeted like, you know, E3 hadn't even started yet, and I wanted to stab somebody who says that word.
We are here with the Lawbreakers Best of Gamescom
Let's fucking go!
We want to be more like a Rocket League or Warframe in regards to kind of like sneakily kind of becoming a thing before anybody realizes it. Because I was looking at, you know, like the top 10 lists of games, and everyone's excited for Beyond Good and Evil as they should, but the majority of the things I saw are just existing brands.
You shall make a
Yo, what happened to the Beyond Good and Evil? Anyone? What's up with that? Did it come out? Did it? It wasn't real? I haven't heard about it in a long time. Last I heard about it, they were using they were like crowdsourcing fans to make the game. Chaos Salad. Hey, what's that? I mean, apparently it's nothing. Why did I come to town? by the way. I was like, oh shit, I forgot something. Let me grab it real quick. The moment I go back, I'll remember.
The game looks great, right? But it's like it's more Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You know, let's try something a little bit new and different.
And so AAA, and these are all fantastic games, by the way. I'm not knocking them, but it feels like it's just this category of 8 games that we're getting repeatedly over and over again.
How are you kind of communicating to your community that your game is different than something like Overwatch or Team Fortress? How can you convince a group of people not to just immediately group it and saying, this one is by a different company, I want to pick that one over yours, not even give yours a chance?
I think the marketing is going to be a big part of it.
Chaos.
It was so intense.
The graphics are fantastic.
It's insane.
It's very energetic. I'm into it. I feel it. It's actually one of the faster games I've ever played.
So much like you can't take your eyes off the screens.
You have to always be going. You can be shot at from all sides.
Like above and around and behind you.
Yeah, I'm so good.
And I was just like, woo! And then everyone's dead. Everyone.
Why'd she kill everyone?
I played Overwatch. It's absolutely fantastic. Blizzard can do no wrong. But I think one of the main things that's going to make us stand out is our tone. The fact that we're kind of a mature rated game or kind of more of an adult one. Our world is less saturated. It's not fully Dayglow like a lot of those characters. And a lot of those games, as great as they look like they're for a younger crowd, filmed with whimsical characters instead of, you know, ones that I find aspirational that are a little bit more Quentin Tarantino.
Overwatch feels like it's kind of skewed, you know, towards a kind of an anime fan type vibe, right?
Hey, Gravity! Oh, yeah!
Gameplay is awesome.
It was so fun. It's an utter blast.
I was shaking after the matches ended.
It was like a high.
One of the fastest games that I've ever played.
Are you ready for another one? I'm like,
He's ready for another one. Lawbreakers was a good game. That's the Ster opinion. But it's like a dead game. It's like an anthem, so I'm allowed to say that. That's part of my, like... I remember when I wanted an anti-corrupting blood flash. That's what it was. I thought it was a decent game. It's just like no shooter under almost any circumstance is going to be successful. It comes back to like the same thing I would always say about Hi-Rez and Tribes, and everyone's salty that Hi-Rez killed Tribes. Like if it never had a chance. It was always gonna die. It has died hundreds of times, no matter what it's been called. Lawbreakers was doomed. Unless you're Blizzard, you can do no wrong, and you throw like fucking millions of dollars into marketing to convince people that they want it. When an FPS game, no one wanted an FPS game. But then they were sold it. The only thing I didn't like about Lawbreakers is the stuff they're getting into is like how gritty and tough and real it is. Like all the like real ass Quake looking Doom characters. It's so like they're all gross. It's too gritty, dude.
I just need a minute, man. I'm shaking over here.
Also, but also it was unbalanced and like it had some jank, and it had like 2 maps. I recall there being 2, maybe 3 maps.
It's not easy. It's difficult.
I lost. I think the thing people are going to find in this game the most enjoyable is simply how difficult it is.
It's so frustratingly hard that it makes you want to keep playing the game so that you get better.
We may have very well made the Dark Souls of shooters.
That's a claim.
Okay.
It is.
I did it, dude. I did it. I did it.
Congratulations. Well done. I never felt more tested.
It makes you think in a completely different way.
The fastest speed I've ever seen in my life.
Every single chance I get to play, I play. Competitively, this game is perfect.
The gameplay is perfect. It feels just right. There's not a single complaint.
10 out of 10. 11 out of 10.
It was insane. It was incredible. It was an experience.
I'm coming back tomorrow. I'm waiting in line. I don't care. I want to throw my money at you guys.
This game won me over. I'll play this all day.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, that's what you want. Like, that's, especially when there's that 20-second timer adds that urgency. So
we're finally getting a lot of hype for the game, where I'm starting to see people with the Deadzo logo walking around the show floor. We have that great banner outside, and the end is near, but it's really the beginning.
Oh shit, the end is near.
StatCruncher Get Hype reports that Lawbreakers launch numbers are down 60% from the beta, topping out at a total of 3,000 concurrent players. Those numbers are even worse than last year's Battleborn at launch.
Lawbreakers has unique mechanics, but because the market has been saturated with games like Lawbreakers over the last year, it's a much harder sell.
Tell me, is there dedicated service?
Yes.
Okay, right. For PC and PS4?
Yes.
If this game hits as we hope it's going to hit, we'll hopefully never be done for
Was
years.
Battleborn good? I never actually played it. It visually hurt me to look at. I didn't even try.
And the whole thing that people want to assume there only has to be one winner. You know, let Overwatch be the you know, Goliath that it is. You know, there's room for Battlefield and Call of Duty. There's room for Tekken and Street Fighter. There's room for multiple games in a genre. The problem is there's usually only room for about 3, and everybody after that is you know, picking up the scraps. So we hope we can at least be 2 or 3 in that space.
The video kind of sucked. I mean, I feel like it's missing the whole ending part where it's just like, yeah, and then no one played it. It's like 9 minutes build up. Yeah, no one played it. Without like any, I don't know. Did he humble up towards the end? I don't know. I don't know what he's up to these days. What's the Cliffy B up to these days? It had the graph of the players dropping. It didn't have like a reason. It didn't really talk. It's just like, yeah, just gonna... I guess there's not really much to say. It was an FPS game that happens to every single one of them. I guess he owns bars now. I guess that's what he does. He is a bar owner.
You ever need to fucking ask yourself where did all the fucking go so wrong? It's not just one person, it's not just whatever, it's fucking 25 years of fucking fucked up world trying to fuck me over, trying to fucking destroy me, and the fucking anger needs to come out, it needs to be unleashed.
I have never seen this. I don't know shit about Sonic.
God, I fucking hate this world so much. Fucking the hatred that I feel right now is so strong. It's fucking more powerful than anything I've ever felt in my entire life.
I see everybody clapping.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I mean, I've never seen this, but this is really...
So hateful, so full of hatred right now. This fucking fucked up world. Fucking worthless piece of shit world needs to fucking just... It's just... This is what you fucking done to me.
Thank you, everybody.
gonna be a great night
I was gonna say this when I think of Sonic fans. I've never seen this, but I think of those guys on stage. And apparently this buzzing, Jesus Christ, it's still going. What is this? They just do like a Sonic.
He's had only one piece of sushi all day. He's very hungry.
It's not on my bingo card at all.
There's gonna be some other plush out there, and it's gonna be available fall.
I can't change. I wanted to watch the Anthem thing. Anthem. First E3 showcase, I guess. Official gameplay. Not. It wouldn't be the reveal.
Vast open world you explore with your.
Is this it?
Yeah,
This is it. Man, this looks like a different game. As the Anthem expert, I'll let you know every time they show something that's not in the game at all.
Hi, I'm John Warner, game director for Anthem.
I'm dying!
Hey.
Yeah, all of this. That. all just this whole scene, none of this. Not even as a trailer in the game.
Freelancer. Praxley.
Yeah, he's there, but he's a stationary, like, a Fallout NPC.
What did you do?
He doesn't move or anything.
I made a mistake. I hired some people. They weren't freelancers. I know. They said they could handle it, and the price was right. I thought maybe.
Unbelievable.
You're right. It was stupid. I'm sorry. But they're still out there. Somewhere. If you could just bring them back. Anything you need.
I'll get to it tomorrow. All right.
In the world of Anthem, you and your friends are freelancers, the heroes who leave the safety of the walls of Fort Tarsus to explore the unknown and protect humanity.
Yeah, this is almost what the
Join
game
your
looked like.
players as they head out on an expedition.
Hey, Paul. You ready to go?
We're just grabbing some supplies. Just about ready.
What are you gonna use today?
I decided to go with the Colossus.
I'm gonna use my Ranger. Try out some new upgrades.
No gameplay, no buy. Oh, don't worry, they got gameplay. Wait, those transitions were in the game. They were not that.
Every player will own an array of exosuits we call Javelins. These suits give players superhuman capabilities and are heavily customizable so they look and play how you want.
Oh,
Damn,
shit.
Looking good. Nice, you've got a mortar equipped.
Yeah, I got it on the weekend. You lead the way, I'll follow.
That's like a painting in the background. That's not anything. None of that.
This is a vast open world you explore with your friends.
None of this level of detail.
The Ranger is balanced and all-purpose, while the Colossus is a tanking.
I don't think they had any of these like tiny little trees at all.
The world of Anthem is hostile, and threats can come from any direction. It's a dynamic world where the unexpected is around every corner.
I'm not sure we want to use all our supplies on this guy.
Yeah, no. This never happens.
Yeah, he seems like a problem for another day.
We're getting some fire from up ahead.
I'll go low. You flank.
Huh? Those bullet trails. animated set piece bullshit. I kind of wonder if the perception of this game would have been different if they didn't show it this way. To get everyone to think it was this.
Have you been in there?
Watch Dogs kind of did the same thing. Like, Watch Dogs' original preview was like the most ridiculous, amazing looking game you'd ever seen. And then the game was it was reality. But Watch Dogs was a pretty good game. I liked Watch Dogs a lot.
I think we got some action up ahead.
Anyone, we're under attack. Anyone in the area, we're under attack.
I think that's part of Prax's mission.
You can equip your Javelin exosuit with gear that brings devastating
Yeah, no, none of
power to
that.
combat.
Those were in the game as stationary things.
Oh, there are a lot of scars down there. Oh, this.
And also, I see this in a lot of games where they'll show like really, really, really nice lighting. Like Dark Souls 2, a lot of the Dark Souls, like the previews are like really dark and the lights come in really nicely. And then the game comes out and like everything's washed out the same, like full bright.
Scars have a heavy.
Time to use that mortar. Yeah, give me some covering fire. There's a bunch
Ow.
more coming in.
I got, she just fucking punched me in the head. Yeah, none of this. Holy shit, dude.
Oh, come on. Be something good. Oh, yes! Jar's Wrath.
Nice.
Yeah, that was also a joke for a long time because
Large-scale
there wasn't
shapers
even
sneak
unique
in
weapons
and pull you off
for
the
you to be like, oh yeah, Jar's. That wasn't a thing at all.
discover.
Oh, shipper storm incoming. Okay, actually, let's get some more people. Hold on a sec.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
Right behind you.
Level 1 guns? Yeah, there was a bug at one point where the level 1 guns actually were the best guns in the game. For like a week.
Whoa.
I don't think you need me to tell you this wasn't in the game. I think you know.
So what are we supposed to do? Fly into it?
All right, let's do this.
See you on the other side.
Our story is out there.
Honestly, I remembered the communications between them being even more cringe than that. But I guess we've all become so familiar with it. It's like, nah, that's pretty normal for a trailer. And they died. I want to know how much effort went into that trailer. God damn. I don't know, but if people's expectations were like, hey, is this kind of like a doopy looking fucking Warframe? People like Warframe. Pretty good game. Pretty good. Starfield trailer for the Future Hindsight reaction video? The Future Hindsight. We watched it revealed the other day when they showed it. We were here, we did that. We were the game reactor. A Future Hindsight, get it? I don't get it. What else though? What else?
welcome back everybody to another episode.
Oh god, don't talk. Oh god.
Number of NPCs, the cloth
Oh
simulation
god.
from the various stalls.
Oh god, I don't want to hear it. Reskin Fallout? No, it's very Fallout 4. What else? What else? What else? With the enemy levels? Yeah, I don't know. Man, dude. If you're excited about Starfield launch. I don't know, does that person exist? Is anyone here excited for Starfield's launch? I'm excited for the possibility of playing the game like 2 or 3 years after it launches. And that's like, even if it came out and was a universally acclaimed like 10 out of 10 game, everyone loves it. Still, you gotta wait the like 3 years. I'm dying. Unreal 4, dude, I don't know. Bruh. I don't know, bruh. Will mods be a thing? I don't think they officially confirmed it, but it would be insane if it wasn't. That's kind of their entire business model at Bethesda. Ow. Beep, beep. Dude. If Path of Exile 2 comes out and it's like the same thing, the visual downgrade. Fuck, dude. That could be real. I kind of doubt it, but also they showed stuff really early, and then you kind of got to touch everything up to make it look like what you think it's going to look like in 2 years after you've been working on it longer. And you're always going to aim up. Will people be happy with PoE 2 just being a new campaign? No. Not with all the shit they've said and shown. I mean, it's gonna be a good game because it's Path of Exile. It's still like, it's like not even a true sequel the way Overwatch 2 isn't. More so than Overwatch 2, but the trailers are very pretty. Okay, I'm just gonna say the trailers are extremely pretty. That I would, and I'm not a man to care about the graphics of my virtual experiences, but it is a very pretty game. Me and my wife, I'm bringing her in on this. We like art. We think art's pretty cool. And it's a pretty game. And if it's not actually, I'm gonna scream. Game design talks and interviews done by the FTL devs. I have not. This tree's a little bit stoopy. I go to sleep now. Good night. Man, I turned off the TV for a second and he goes to bed. Fuck. Pretty sure all my YouTube recommendeds now are gonna be like, this game sucks. This game sucks, and also ping pong. And here's how to be a wizard. Bunch of shit I've already seen. Why is YouTube recommending me all the things I've watched? One no clip that's good about them. Who's them? FTL?
Subset Games are responsible for two of the most imaginative strategy games of
Actually, I
recent
might have
memory,
seen this. I'm not sure.
FTL and Into the Breach. The team, Justin and Matthew, have been working together for the best part of a decade, ever since meeting while working at 2K Games in Shanghai. Both games are expert spins on a pretty familiar genre, and each of them in their own unique way. So while the boys were in town for GDC, we stuck them in our hot seat and asked them about designing games around crew management and time-traveling chess.
My name is Justin Ma. I'm half of Subset Games.
And I'm Matthew Davis, the other half.
Yeah, we both ended up working in China, in part because it was easier to find jobs there than in the US. I probably couldn't have gotten in the games industry as easily as I did over there.
That was 100% what happened to me.
Yeah.
I went to GDC when I was finishing uni. And
Taking our
I went to
jobs.
the 2K booth and gave applications or resumes, which you're doing everywhere, and mostly they just take them like, yeah, sure. But 2K said, if you're willing to move to China, then you can have a job.
I just moved to China and then tried to look
Did you
for
say
a
to
job
the
there,
China?
So I sort of, it seemed hard, so I was like, I'm not even gonna try, let's just go to China.
But this was 10 years ago, so who knows if it's how much worse or better it is now.
And yeah, we both were roughly done with our time in China, and so Matt wanted to see if we wanted to make a few prototypes together, so we sort of had some savings enough to work for a year on a couple prototypes, and the first thing we worked on became FTL.
For the Losers, if you guys don't know this game. It's called For the Losers, and you're the loser. It tricked you into
We
playing
managed
it.
to find the core game in 6 months. Like, we submitted to IGF in China, which we were finalists at, in only just 6 months after starting it.
Yeah,
which
is
in
bizarre.
hindsight is shocking. At the time, I'm like, that's how we make games, I guess. This is about how this works. But in hindsight, it was, it's so fast. And then just a year after that, we were done. When we started, we didn't know what we were making, and there was a lot of discussion in terms of what type of game is this going to be. Like, we started with the crew management concept, but then we didn't really know from there what kind of game we built around that.
Yeah, is it just a survival, like you have morale and food and you're just trying to travel? Like, it could have been a number of different games. It ended up being combat focused.
Yeah, well, when we were playing with like crazy stuff like zooming out and having you fly the ship like a third person.
Yeah,
and then
like
zooming
directional
back in.
shields,
Yeah.
you know, like. The big turning point was when you were inspired by Tetris or something, where you're just like, what if we just put two ships on the screen all the time? And then you're like, focus on the crew movement.
So how do you come to how does that decision happen? Because like you said, like you think about a space combat game, the
where the ships are in space is generally the sort of like the main focus.
Well, that's kind of how we approach a lot of things. Is that's generally how it's done. So what if we didn't do that?
Right.
And the let's just
fucking
the crew management
hipsters.
isn't what most games focus on. So let's just cut all the stuff that wasn't that and see how we make a game out of that.
And usually that puts you in this weird nebulous state of like, I know what it isn't, but I don't know what it is. And then so you just sort of follow from there what is interesting, and then hopefully you find something fun that you can focus on and then narrow it down. There are some big turning points, like pushing for that IGF China build. Like, we basically turned it into a game. We turned a weird blob into a game. It was a bad game, but it was the first time it actually felt like a video game, and that was a big turning point.
Was that because of the like time constraint of having to get it in?
Yeah,
exactly.
Versus compared to Into the Breach, which didn't feel like a game until like 2.5 years in.
Yeah, maybe because we had no time constraints.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The build is zooming, dude. I'm just tossing the fire. Then they go boom.
We have strong opinions about what we like and don't like about tactics and strategy games, so that influences how we approach the game as a whole. In terms of the broad concept of defensive rather than offensive, that was there from the beginning. Matt's first concept that he wanted to explore was, what would it be like to feel like you're willing to put yourself in danger to protect the buildings?
We had that as that first concept for sure. That we
Man,
wanted
this
to
really, I guess it's a lot longer, but so far the video is just
damage, but we
telling us
didn't
what
really
the games are.
intend to build the game around it. That came later when we were experimenting more with telegraphed attacks, where you knew what the enemy could do, and it made more sense for the buildings
That's
that
Into
didn't
the
run away
Breach.
to be the primary target.
And I feel like that was the turning point with the combat, at least for me, because it's like a new constraint. You're basically saying, what if the entire game had this different system for threat? And what would that mean for the rest of design? And so you sort of follow that down to pushing and manipulating enemies is a core element. Like, killing enemies isn't fun. You're just removing the interesting thing, which was the threat. So if you want to really make that an enjoyable experience, what does that mean? You know, it changes the types of weapons you want to make. It changes the types of the way the layout works. And so that was a big constraint on the combat design that happened relatively early and definitely shifted.
And you can see how that also leads to defensive stuff, because
Yeah.
if killing them isn't fun, then it's more fun to play in a
Into the
more
Breach,
defensive manner.
And
very
if you're doing
poggers.
that and you're being more defensive, you don't want the victory condition to be kill all the enemies, which eventually led us to having the short battles that end on a timer, because you want to feel successful when you just delay them. Like, we want to encourage that feeling of mitigation is just as good as killing them.
The combat probably didn't solidify for a good 2.5 years, into really where you play today.
Until we were like, at that point we were like, okay, shift to content.
Am I gonna get banned? No one who watches my channel has ever played PoE. You're good. You're fitting
What's the
in.
most enjoyable part? The first 2.5 or the latter 1.5?
It's like 3
First
people, I
half of
think.
The first half and the second half of the second half.
That big half in the middle.
Ooh, yeah, that one was painful.
Both FTL and Into the Breach revel in flipping conventional design on its head. The former is a space combat game where the danger is in the long journey, not in the immediate battle, and the latter, a tactics game about mitigating collateral damage rather than inflicting it. In that respect, both of these games were incredibly challenging to design, as before they can teach players how to play, they first have to help them unlearn strategies that, by design, no longer apply.
The big challenge for us in terms of seeing whether it's going to work out is whether or not we can get people to the point where we're at. Like, we know what we're doing right now is enjoyable, so most of the challenge with Into the Breach after the core game was decided was, how do we get people to that point? How do we get them to understand the systems? And so most of the challenge was like conveying information in a understandable way.
Damn, I knew that was gonna kill me, but I like lifted my hand to scratch an itch.
Constant usability.
I couldn't do anything. It was like
for years. Well, FTL.
There's no counterplay at all.
People just got it. Just because.
Well, people got it like instinctually in what the game was. I'm a starship captain.
Thematically, done.
And,
Like,
and that was
the engines are on fire. Send the people to fix it. Done. Like you get it.
And then the complex mechanics from there, I think they're more. It was easier to get them interested in chasing them down because they're so immediately hooked on the core concept. Well, Into the Breach is a little bit more abstract, and that core theme isn't quite as exciting. There's less of an immediate narrative for the player to hook onto. And so they weren't necessarily going to chase down the core mechanics quite as quickly. And so we needed to guide the player more carefully to make sure they saw that the game had.
I feel like it's a shame these guys.
It just wasn't going to grab you
like
at the same speed that FTL was.
Every time that I
did not have
discovered
continued
something new,
support on
that was a
either of
good
their
strategy.
games.
Like the first time.
Like Into the Breach came out,
attack your own unit
done.
To push it a little bit further to be.
I think
able to do
FTL
something.
got like
that's an aha
2
moment
ships
that I'm like,
added
oh,
later.
This process is fun. This process of learning and discovering is fun. And normally with games that like if you design everything out and you know every
Advanced edition.
perfectly,
I mean, they
you
got
know,
like
they're
really
not
big
perfect,
fan
that's
bases,
not
and if
really
they
possible as a
followed
developer
a
to get the
similar
discovery.
structure
And so
to
there's some things I can't get the discovery of, like with FTL. I do not know what it's like to get attached to your crew
Dead
members.
Cells
Like,
kind of
that's a constant
situation.
Never understood it.
But or like with Into the Breach, just the first aha moment of pushing an enemy out of the way and they now are attacking an empty space. Like that may be a breakthrough for people first approaching the game, and like so that I can't experience. I just have to, you know, extrapolate that. The higher level aha
Into the Breach has
moments are fun,
modding as
therefore
well,
hopefully
but it was a
the earlier
little
ones are fun
And
as
the
well.
higher level ones are the
limited.
ones that are where a lot of the complexity comes from.
Yeah.
And a lot of that maintaining of how do you get that system in your head and pay attention to it comes from seeing and finding.
And Into
these
the Breach
things.
is very much like a solvable.
The whole point of the Smoke Squad is to
You beat the
basically
campaign they
make
have
you
there once,
perceive
and it's
the
like you
concept
could
of smoke differently.
probably do
And so
that every
even
time,
if
and it's going to be pretty
the
similar.
number of mechanics and the way
It
they
didn't have as
interact
much
are
variety as
relatively limited,
FTL.
By constantly forcing you to reassess what
Perpetual
things are
game
used
development. I
for,
feel
it
like
kinda keeps
at
players
that
on
point when they're
toes, and you
as
see-
successful
you
as
see
they've been with
opportunities
these,
everywhere. You don't
to
just
hire
get
other
complacent
people
about,
to
like, this is
continue
what this
perpetually
does, and
developing
that's it.
while they
You just
move
force
on.
them to think, oh, now your unit is actually
Probably
useful
an option.
for chaining lightning through you. You could trade your health for more damage. You know, like just the more opportunities to surprise people in that way, it just makes games really fun.
And the mech squads work very much in the sense of the
Shit, dude, I just want it
They're
more.
designed-
I just want it more
they're
Into the
designed to
Breach.
Introduce the new mechanics, the smoke, the fire, in a way that forces the player to engage in that mechanic. Because it's quite easy for a player to play a game, get comfortable with a certain way of playing a game, and then kind of get stuck and always play it that way. Well, if you force them to use a squad that relies on a very different approach, then they could do a lot better job exploring all the different systems and kind of finding all the boundaries that we've been very carefully putting into the game and would much rather they engage with.
Yeah, one thing that is troubling to me as a player is when, like in Dark Souls or something, I spent a
Oh,
lot
Dark
of time
Souls.
figuring out
I'm
how
paying
to
attention.
win with a sword and shield, and then I want to play in a different play style, but I feel almost disincentivized because like I already know how to do that, and then I just always revert back to my default. So I want to try and make situations where that's not an option, essentially. You don't have to feel guilty for wanting to learn a new mechanic.
Both FTL and Into the Breach do a good job of using clever touches to establish a fiction in the worlds they inhabit. For instance, the buildings in Into the Breach pop speech bubbles full of relief, fear and support as battles begin and end. Each run in FTL was given a unique flavour thanks to cleverly written narrative bookends penned
You
by
shall
Tom
make a
Joubert,
fine
while
pet
for Into
for
the
baby!
Breach, the duo managed to get
Thank you,
famed
Zip.
RPG writer Chris Avallone to help out, but they fully admit to not being the easiest
Hey Ashley, you
designers
still here?
to
My
collaborate
wife.
with.
We did end up using Chris Avallone for...
To specify, there might be someone
partly
else
because
named
we
Ashley here.
worked
No,
with
I'm
Chris
not
Avallone's
talking
games,
about
and
you.
It was so cool to work with Chris Avallone. When the opportunity presented itself, it was something that we wouldn't want to pass up. But Tom Joubert did a brilliant job on FTL, and it wasn't any indictment of Tom's work that we wanted to work with
I'm
Chris.
here.
It was just
Hey.
to shake things up a bit.
Sometimes I feel like we put our contractors
Wanna
in
be
a
my
not
wife?
great position where we're
Real wife
saying,
isn't here.
We want you to get emotionally
Oh my god, it's
invested
8
enough
p.m. Holy
to,
shit, when did that happen? Path of
help us
Exile.
figure out what would be best for the game in
Fucking-
the ways that you're more skilled than we are.
How do you
At the
do
same
this to
time that
me?
We're saying this is our baby
Consistently.
and we have executive control over everything, and it's been a learning process for us for how to collaborate in ways that are fulfilling for other people.
I'm gonna
The way that
finish
we
this
work
act and then I
isn't
think
really
stream's over.
Suited very well for
That's the cutoff.
having other people jump in, meaning like we scrapped the majority
Then I
of the
gotta
game
go eat.
multiple times.
Because I haven't
this is
really
not a
eaten
good
today.
way
I had
to-
one sandwich today.
To have contractors be brought in midway
like-
through.
On a more micro level, like towards the end,
Like
the pilot abilities.
out of the fridge,
we were swapping them in and out.
slices
because
of
we weren't sure what
bread,
pilot abilities for each of which we
ham,
wanted to
sandwich,
balance against the game design.
done.
Meanwhile, Chris is creating these really complex backstories and explanations and personalities that are inspired by the pilot abilities. And then we say 2 weeks before launch, oh wait, Chris, I'm sorry, this character you built around this ability,
unbalanced.
he doesn't have that ability anymore. He has a completely different ability. And at the end of the day, all the contractor work, like all that stuff to us, the game design is always the pillar that everything else has to like be constrained by. And so we end up disappointing contractors if we have to make game design decisions that knock onto that. Yeah. The nice one that is music, because I don't have an opinion on music, or as strong an opinion on music. So I feel like I'm a lot more able to say, Ben, go make amazing stuff, and then I put it in the game, and I don't have to worry about it quite as much. Versus like the writing or the sound effects, we might get a little bit more micromanaging.
It sounds like the two of you make games very much for like yourselves, like you're making games that you're entertained by. Are you surprised when, you know, because FTL, like, I remember the thing that stands out to me first is the Kickstarter. Like you asked for that much and you got that much. Like, are you surprised by just how popular both
Gee
these
whiz.
games have been?
Yes.
Perpetually.
Yeah. Never stops being weird.
Especially, I think the biggest shock was FTL, because we thought we were making just something only we would like initially. And we're like, no way people would be masochistic enough to want to play this terrible, awful game about dying in space. And then when people just responded really strongly to it, we were kind of shocked.
I think Into the Breach, we thought people wouldn't like as much, mostly because it was an even weirder, smaller experience. And coming off of FTL, they might have had expectations that Into the Breach didn't really satisfy the exact same type of game.
It's also tactics games, those don't sell that well.
No. We didn't expect it to be very big, and we knew it would be smaller than FTL. It is smaller than FTL. Everything that we ever make will be smaller than FTL. But it still ended up finding an audience much larger than we expected. We didn't think we'd be winning Best Design at the Game Dev Choice Awards and stuff like that. Like, it's still shocking.
That's pretty crazy.
Okay. Yeah, they made those games. They out there, they're making those games. This is the final boss. It's the sun and the moon. They're both wearing underwear. Kind of skimpy sun and kind of skimpy moon. They're dying. Big slam. Big damn. Sun and moon dead. But you have Blood Aqueduct technically part of the area. And also I'm almost 61. There's gonna be an Omniscience build. You get Omniscience at 61. Big level. I still gotta buy one. I had one, I found one, and then I sold it. And then I want it again. Life's rough. Did you make money this league? The initial largest bulk of it, we were going over some stuff earlier. I think all rings this league that you can craft pretty easily are extremely overpriced. And I've sold a lot of rings that I crafted for like 2 exalts for like 10. And also I bought Headhunter when it was 38x, and then it went to 85. And I sold it. And then it went down to 60 and I bought it. And then it went back up to like 70 and I bought. I've pretty much bought and sold one Headhunter for the equivalent value of a Headhunter. This league is where a huge amount of my currency came from that let me do a lot of the crafting that made the exponentially more money. Why did the price jump? 38x is really low for a Headhunter this league. Usually they're like 90-ish. But this league, they reworked rares, and it changed a lot about how the belt works, and it's usually one of the higher price, you know, like, chase items, as they say. 38 exalts was crazy cheap, and I was like, dude, I've never had one. I'm gonna buy one. And I also knew that they were going to buff it, because they really early on they said like, yeah, we don't want this patch to affect Headhunter negatively. It's gonna get better later. And it already seemed like in a league where they changed all rares to be in a position where a lot of players were complaining that they were too strong, and Headhunter steals rare mods. I was like, why wouldn't I want this, dude? And they're gonna buff it. And then later they buffed it, and the price jumped. And then the price declined because people were still unhappy with it. Because it has a couple of really shit mechanics with the new rares. But then because no one has their own opinion, and then when streamers start telling everyone, wait a second, the new Headhunter's actually good, then the price went back up again, and I sold it again. The ice wall is nothing. You can just... It's shit like that where you see the ice one, you're like, man, that must be really annoying. But, like, you wouldn't assume phasing lets you just walk through the wall. I have never once noticed ice walls while using Headhunter. The annoying part was the assassin. That shit hurts my head. Wait, what? Yeah. If you're running around with a phasing flask, you just walk through ice walls, even enemy ice walls. So yeah, no, I think it just took people a while to realize it was still good. Then the price went back up again, and I fucking sold it. Like, every time I didn't know what to buy for my current character, I was like, man, I just might as well invest. I'm gonna, like, hold on to a Headhunter. Because I don't want my exalts to devalue. I'm just gonna hold the Headhunter. And then the price would go back up like another 10x, and I'll sell it. So that's where honestly a lot of my money came from. And then having money in this game lets you make money. Anyway, that's the stream for today. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed, had a fun video time. And, you know, you tell your friends, tell your family. Hey mom, I was watching Ster stream today. That's absolutely a real conversation that you're going to have. Then you'll get disowned. It's fine. It happens. Have a good one. Pee pee poo poo.